Yeah. I love my HBCU. And boy, I love it, love it. I love it, love it. I love my HBCU. And man, I hope my team they won. Yeah. I hope my team they won. Yeah. Man. I hope my team they won. Yeah. I hope my team they won. Yeah. I tune into the HBCU Sports Lab to see if my team won or lost. If they lost, I'm quiet as a mouse. But if they won, you tab. I'ma do the dab, yeah. Dr. Ville, he know what he be talking about. Mike and Charles, they know what they be talking about. They compress the analytic data with the hip hop. If you know them like I know them, they gon' tell you if your team, if they won or lost, and who the ball. So listen to Professor, yes sir, and pay attention, cause he gonna teach a lesson.
This is Dr. Ville with Inside the HBC Sports Lab. I'm here in Atlanta for the SWAC 2024-2025, if you hadn't seen earlier today, for the men's and women's basketball media day. Women's media day, and tomorrow will be the men's media day. I'm here with Charles and AD Drew, who got to be a part of that as Roy did the production for us. So we're here with episode 550. This is Dr. Ville's Inside the HBCU Sports Lab from the hotel. Welcome to episode 550 of Inside the HBCU Sports Lab radio show and podcast. The show that's covering the sporting HBCU dash for all things HBCU sports, from institutions large and small, from the NAIA to the NCAA. We share insights and information on the HBCU sports culture, HBCU athletic aesthetics to facilitate the story of HBCU athletic programs in the business of HBCU sports. In short, we just call it the HBCU sports pedagogy. I'm your host, Dr. Kenyatta Cavill, along with my co-hosts Mike Wash and Charles Bishop. We're filming from our home studios and sending a signal live to our KSOH 1230 AM studios with the Texas Radio Hall of Famer, multi-Hall of Famer Ralph Cooper. And again, I can't say from the beautiful home of Texas Southern University because we're in Atlanta. Maybe we say Clark Atlanta University since I'm always on the mind, or maybe it's Morehouse College on the mind. But here we're in Atlanta, just to let you know what that looks like. With that being said, Charles, how are you doing today?
Doing well, Doc. I'm like Ernie Banks. Let's play two today. So we had an earlier broadcast, and now we're doing the show tonight. So fun time here in Atlanta today as far as with the SWAC Women's Media Day. I thought we did a great job on that broadcast. Go back and go check it out. But a lot of great things came out of SWAC Women's Media Day today. So we'll get into that as far as getting into the program tonight.
No doubt about it. When you say play two today, big news today. But before we show a little sign of it, since it's historic, and we talk about HBCU baseball and those players doing it, we'll make the connection as we can and find a way to do it, even though there's maybe not any direct connection. But we make it do what it's do. With that being said, AD Drew, how are you doing today?
Brother, I'm doing fine. Can't put this thing down, man. I'm trying to walk away from this podcasting thing, but it's like that. It's like that girlfriend. You know, you break up with her, you go back. You break up with her, you go back again. So that's what this was. Because I was not planning on going on the air today, doing our first show. You know, I was working behind the scenes for about the first hour and a half, 2 hours of the show, and then when it came time to eat and there was no way to get a break, okay, I guess I got to fill in the gaps as I know how to do this. And then here we go today. But Charles, I got to talk about you, man. You lied to me, man. You said you went back to the hotel and took a nap, man. Man, that bed looked just like when the housekeeper did it, man. You're doing a good job over there, man. What happened? You fell out on the floor?
I was not going to be on camera with sheets rumpling back there. So, yeah, I made up my bed back there.
Hey, you got some home training.
Yeah, I got home training.
Good stuff there. With that being said, Otani did go 50-50 today. Significant matches. Obviously, we've had a lot of HBCU players that were legendary status in the game of MLB, and this is another historic moment. Yesterday, he stole his 50th base, I believe, and then today he hit the 50th home run, if it wasn't the day before. As we've been on the road and traveling, please excuse me if I get my days mixed up in terms of what took place. But that's a big deal. And with that, I'll just ask you as a general news today, in terms of your favorite HBCU baseball player, maybe who that is, and then what are your thoughts in terms of this 50-50 status in terms of stolen bases and home runs?
Yeah, I mean, that is monumental. I mean, 50 home runs or 50 stolen bases. And I mean, just being a fan of baseball, just Ohtani's plate coverage. I mean, it's amazing to sit and watch. I mean, balls that are on the inside, he turns on them. Fastballs that are away, he hits them away. I mean, he is the most complete baseball player that I've seen. Probably since going back to a guy named Ricky Henderson. So that was a guy that I enjoyed watching growing up from a offensive weapon status, but defensively, I'm an Ozzie Smith guy. I mean, who's my favorite HBCU baseball player? Woo, man, that's a tough one. I mean, oh man, come back to me on that one. I got to think on that one for a second now.
All right, 80 Drew, you want to test at it? What are your thoughts on 50-50 club? Obviously, we thought 40-40 was a big deal when the keeper hit that. And just last year, we had the 40-70 in terms of stolen bases and home runs. Never been happening. And now we hit a new plateau with 50-50 after the judge obviously tore down everything with his home runs that he made, at least for as a New York Yankee hitting a record there. Hitting the threshold, and he's on the gap of being the home run leader this year. But what are your thoughts on 50-50 for Ohtani?
Man, it is amazing. When you sit here and think about it, that is both art and skill when you think about 50 home runs and 50 stolen bases. The art part, there is an art to stealing bases. That's why you only have seen 4 people in history steal over 100 bases in a season. Marty Wills being the first, followed by Lou Brock, then Ricky Henderson, and then Vince Coleman. Those are the only 4 players who've ever stolen 100 bases in Major League Baseball. So that is the art part. But the skill to hit a home run, I guarantee you it's easier to steal a base than to hit a home run when it comes to baseball, because you could walk, get on base, and get a stolen base. Here, you could be on the back end of a double steal and get credited for a stolen base. But a home run, whereas you and the pitcher mano a mano, and you got to hit the ball 350, 400 plus feet on the fly. Yeah, that is definitely a skill. And you asked my favorite HBCU baseball player. My favorite HBCU baseball player became my favorite HBCU baseball player after he was one of my favorite players. When then I discovered he was an HBCU guy, and that would have to be Lou Brock, because growing up as a St. Louis Cardinals fan, and mind you, when I was growing up, Lou Brock was coming towards the twilight of his career, but still. Watching the Lou Brock, Charles mentioned Ozzie Smith, went from Lou Brock to Ozzie Smith to Vince Coleman to all through that 80s era. That's when I became the late 70s, early 80s era. That's when I became a big St. Louis Cardinals fan growing up in St. Louis, Missouri. It was later on that I found out that he happened to be a Southern grad. So once I found that up, he just went up even higher on my personal favorite list.
Good stuff by both of you all. Charles, did you want to jump back in there, or are you going to still hold it out for a little bit in terms of your HBC? You don't want to tell on yourself?
Jackie Robinson, who was athletic director at Houston Tillison. Yes, I'm going to go with
I like that. Excellent. Vince Coleman. I like what he was able to do. So a lot of good ones out there. Andre Dawson.
I didn't want to use my FAMU bias there.
Yeah, because we don't get into that. We know you weren't, so we know what that is. how that's going. Ralph Gard, Grambling State, you got that. And the reason those kind of came up to me was the Andre Dawson Ralph Gard Classic that is held by Atlanta, one of Charles' old favorite teams. I don't know if he's still claiming the Atlanta Braves, but
I do. Marvin Freeman with the Atlanta Braves. I can get into my Braves now.
yeah, I figure I'd find a way to tune you up on that one just to let you say it from that perspective. But before I give you a chance to maybe talk about some news of the day, Charles, and maybe you can use that in terms of your thoughts of the media day today, I'd be remiss if we didn't get a chance to ask AD Drew his thoughts on the FAMU athletic director, Angela Suggs. Obviously, we had Brian on Tuesday, and he shocked us when he talked about his roommate was her husband. And so I don't know if you can top that one, but I'm sure that you can share at least your thoughts on the announcement of Angela Suggs. So if you would, go ahead.
No, I cannot top that with having bumped with the husband of the new athletic director. But I did know of them when they were on campus at Florida A&M University. We didn't necessarily run in the same circles, but I did know of them when we were on campus there together. FAMU Board of Trustees, please don't mess this one up. Don't mess this one up. This is not the basketball coach. This is not the football hire. Let's get this one right, y'all. This should be the quickest nomination to voting to approval in FAMU board history. I'm telling you, there should be no debate. There should be no question. Suggs has interviewed or been considered multiple times, at least 2 times that I know of, for the athletic director's position. They kept saying that she didn't have any experience, but the last 2 athletic directors you had no athletic director experience either. So throw that argument out the window. But if you talk about somebody who is somebody in the state of Florida who can navigate and understands the athletic portion of it, having worked at FAMU, having been on the Florida Classic board, chairman of the Florida Classic board, but also has the political clout that you need in that type of position, especially with Tallahassee being the state capital. I think she has the political clout and the political connections that, in my opinion, can help take FAMU to a level that no other candidate, internal or external, can at this point in time. So I am Team Suggs. I'm 100% Team Suggs. If this one goes left, I will be the first one to crack the yolk and put the egg on my face.
Something tells me with the interim president and the news moving this fast about the hire, that they, if not okay this, they may have even pushed this to go in this direction. Something tells me, but to your point, I can understand FAMU alumni, their concern based on what has taken place with the athletic, the hires, basketball coaches of late, but something sneaky suspicion. And I got word of this a couple of weeks ago, to be frank with you, but I was asked to shut it down, so I left it there, even with you all, because you didn't share any frame with me, and I didn't want to belabor the point. I knew y'all probably were quietly hearing some things and just held on because of as what you just said about making sure it wasn't messed up, because so many people in your circle support this hire. I caught word through the back channels of this. Honestly, probably within, if not hours, days of the previous athletic director being released, that she was at the top of the list. But once again, because of what we do and the trust that people have in us, you keep this to bed. You keep this on a need to know basis. Oh, I agree. I've been in situations
at that
like
point in time,
especially when you think you got a winner. It's like the Christmas present when you've shaken the box and you heard about it or you've seen it. You kind of be quiet because you don't mess it up, because you know how your parents would do and be like, oh, so you've been sneaking in the thing. Well, how about we get you a different present? And you just sick because you like, I know I seen that. You done unwrapped all your presents, not there. You're like, what happened? They knew you snuck in their cookie jar. So I get it. With that being said, before we go to our first break, Charles, give me your thoughts on today in terms, or if you wanted to go in a different direction with some news of the day, you can do that as well.
No, I thought today went very well, and I think it was very well received. Kudos to the SWAC for putting a spotlight on basketball, especially when we're starting to get into the thick of things with regards to football. But SWAC Women's Media Basketball Day, and then you have the men on tomorrow. But a lot of energy, a lot of enthusiasm in terms of coaches showcasing their teams, and it's the thing that kind of stands out is. You have a lot of roster churning, as you mentioned, a lot of roster overhaul. So it was a lot of coaches really showcasing what they're going to be putting on the court this upcoming season. And we got a lot of great interviews today, and I'm sure we'll talk about it as we move forward in the show. But I thought the energy was very well received today. And then just being here in Atlanta, where this SWAC basketball tournament will take place later on this spring, I think there was a lot of energy in the room.
Charles, you've been proud of me today. In between all this, I got a chance to go over to the Fulton County tennis field complex, if you would, because they have the HBCU tennis championship this weekend. So I got a chance to get over there. Ali, as it may seem, is the current provost, Dr. Carl Goodman, who was formerly a tennis coach at FAMU, as you know, AD Drew, and was a championship tennis coach there and built that program, or rebuilt it, I should say, as it one time was very solid. Obviously, people know about Theus Gibson in terms of that work that was able to get done. But he's now the provost at Texas Southern University, but when he was at FAMU, started this tournament. Now the other folks run it, if you would. But he reminded me that the HBCU National Championship took place. It fell right in the spot that's going on now and goes to Saturday without any rain. They might have to push it back or whatever to get the championship in. But it was sunny and looking good today. Great matches, a lot of different institutions out there from the GCAC, now known as the HBCU AC, SIAC, CIAA, MEAC, SWAC, and some independents, A&T, Tennessee State, and Hampton, with men's and or women's teams out there for tennis. So fascinating to see how that worked. It was a great sight to see, and just wanted to support and congratulate Carl. This is like the 25th year that he's getting it done. So I thought that was a big deal for anything that lasts that long. It's certainly putting in the work. So he is taking his passion and putting in the work, and it's a living ideal of supporting HBCU tennis programs to get it down there. And they actually pay for the lodging of the teams. They get 2 meals, they get lunch and dinner out there. And so they basically just have to get there, which goes a long way to support those programs in terms of what that looks like. So I did want to cover that and give a shout out to Provost Goodman in terms of what he's getting done. With that being said, let's take our first break. We'll come back on the other side and let's get back into some football talk. It's football around the corner, Charles. It's football around the corner. We want to talk a little bit about some football. So after this break, we'll be back on the other side to talk about some what?
Football.
Hey, grab me one too.
This is Ryan Fulford. AD Drew and I are co-hosts of the BCSN Sports Wrap. We talk about all things related to HBCU athletics, from the games, teams, coaches, and fan interest stories. We cover it all. You can find our shows on Facebook at BCSN Sports Wrap, YouTube at MyJBN Online, and everywhere you listen to podcasts like Anchor, Spotify, Google, and Apple Podcasts. You can also find the show on the Jericho Broadcast Network's app. Make sure to download. We look forward to you joining the conversation and being a part of the show.
This is the Dean of the College of HBCU Sports, Kenyatta Cavill of Dr. Cavill's Inside the HBCU Sports Lab with Mike Washington and Charles Bishop. Come mix it up in the lab where the course lecture is in session every Tuesday from 6 o'clock p.m. Central Standard Time on Facebook Live, YouTube Spreaker, or the BCSN app, as we discuss all things about the HBCU sports culture, including exploring the week that was in the sporting HBCU diaspora, as well as the upcoming week of HBCU sports. With me, the Dean, the College of HBCU Sports, on Dr. Cavill's Inside the HBCU Sports Lab with Mike Washington and Charles Bishop. Course lecture dismissed.
Choice Hotels is a family of brands that helps you get the most for your money so you can be any traveler you want to be.
You could be a free hot breakfast hero at a comfort hotel. Yes, that's how you waffle.
Mr. This script got a plot twist at a Radisson Hotel.
A business big leaguer.
Go for key.
Even the ultimate pool float inflator.
With 22 brands and the best value for your money, Choice Hotels has a stay for any you. Book direct at choicehotels.com, where travels come true. Got to get the corners.
You're looking for the latest information on Southern University sports, the Southwestern Athletic Conference, and HBCU athletics. There's only one place to go. Tune in to the Carlos Brown Show, exclusively on the Black College Sports Network.
Compress the analytic data with your hip hop. If you know them like I know them, they gon' tell you if your team, if they want to lose, and who the ball. So listen to Professor, yes sir, and pay attention, cause he gonna teach a lesson.
This is Dr. Bill with Inside the HBCU Sports Lab with Charles Bishop and A.D. Drew. Let's get in some matchups as we span off from Tuesday. We unveiled the top 10, if you would, those receiving votes, so top 7 poll rankings, if you would, for the mid-major division on Tuesday, as we had our first release on the Sunday edition of the major division, if you would. Let me reflect on that and just catch everybody up to let them know what those top matchups were. Going back to Sunday, top 7, and we'll start with those receiving votes to get you all 10 of those programs, if you would. Receiving vote starts at South Carolina State. The Bulldogs are 1 and 2. You got the Morgan State Bears, also 1 and 2. And then you have the Prairie View Panthers that are 1 and 2 and 0 and 1 in the conference race. The top 7 programs are Texas Southern at 1 and 1. They are 1 and 0 in the SWAC race with 159 points, and they stay at the 7th spot. Number 6 was Howard Bison, 2 and 1. At number 5 is Grambling State Tigers. At number 4 was Tennessee State Tigers. Number 3 was Hampton Pirates. Number 2. Here, still in Atlanta. Oh, like not. Yeah, this is Dr. Cavill and Charles Bishop in Atlanta. Hot Atlanta.
Hot Atlanta. Waiting on that cool weather.
Yeah, exactly. Having a good time. We're here representing BCSN Game Time. This is inside the HBCU Sports Lab crew, as Mike is still on assignment, but we've heard from him. He's doing well. He's still trying to get something done. He will be back in Houston tomorrow, so we're supposed to catch up to make sure we go do our due diligence and cover it.
Nice.
Heard of you.
So,
to be interesting there. I know Charles has a different assignment, so he's usually down there covering it, but he had another call, and when people put a little bit of something on the table, we certainly understand how it pushes you in that direction. With that being said, we have a power pack lineup. We'll talk to all 12 institutions, the players, and the coaches, so we're looking forward to that. We haven't had the release of the superlatives. We'll get that to you, which includes the predicted order of finish. So as that comes in, you'll be prepared to kind of talk a little bit about that. we get ready for about 10, 15, a couple of minutes here, we're going to be prepared to get into some of these players and get things going. With that being said, Charles, what are your thoughts for today?
Yeah, I mean, again, these events are kind of designed to introduce us to the team, especially when you have quite a bit of roster turnover and coaches get an opportunity to kind of introduce not only themselves but their teams to the world. So that's why these media day events, because in the world of college athletics, man, we do have quite a bit of, as you coined it, roster tournaments.
Good stuff. Good stuff. We have one quick announcement. If you let me take a little power privilege, we have a fraternity brother, Marshall, that is working with the presidential ticket with Harris and Waltz, and there was a release yesterday that came out this morning. Over 50 HBCU football legends endorse Harris Waltz ticket and support voter mobilization and voting. And so you get a little more information in terms of what that looked like, but wanted to make sure you understood the headlines, which is, I think, a significant statement. When we talk about HBCU athletics, we know how powerful HBCU sports are, and you talking about these legends. Many of them are NFL Hall of Famers, certainly college Hall of Famers, and institutional Hall of Famers. Sure. What are your thoughts in terms of this announcement?
I mean, for them to put their faith into the Harris Waltz ticket, I think that's important to come across. And this is a very consequential election. So when you talk about making sure that your vote counts, this is one. And in terms of, you have to make sure that you're registered, make sure that you get out and do what you need to vote. But huge endorsement there for the Harris Waltz ticket.
I'm glad you said both sides of it. Make sure you're registered, and then make sure you do your civic duty and vote, particularly as people of color, specifically African Americans, blacks. We have a lot of folks that have fought and literally lost their lives. So I see it as extremely important.
Exactly.
With that being said, we'll take our first break. We'll come back on the side and we'll get into the action. Let's talk to these players and coaches, Charles.
There it is.
It's never too early to plant the seed, to share the tradition, and instill a sense of pride in your HBCU with your little ones. HBCU Pride and Joy Children's Boutique helps you share your school spirit with a wide selection of adorable kids apparel and accessories officially licensed from your favorite HBCU. Visit hbcupridejoy.com and follow us on all social media at HBCU Pride Joy on Facebook and Twitter.
Supermarket sushi, really?
No. Wait, Troy, you work here?
I'm never not working. Like Head & Shoulders Scalp Shield technology, up to 100% dandruff protection, even between washes.
Never not working, huh?
Oh, Troy, you're such a good teacher.
Yeah, I know. Never not working. Never not working. Never ever not working.
Are you serious?
Never not working. Dandruff protection that's never not working. Head & Shoulders Scalp Shield technology.
Hey, grab me one too.
Charmin Ultra Soft has so much cushiony softness, it's hard for your family to remember. They can use less.
Sweet pillows of softness.
This is soft. Holy Charmin. Oh, excuse me. Roll it back, everybody. Sorry.
Charmin Ultra Soft is so cushiony soft, you'll want more, but it's so absorbent, you can use less, so it's always worth it.
Now, what did we learn about using less?
You gotta roll it back, everybody.
We all go. Why not enjoy the go with Charmin?
This is Dr. Cavill and Charles Bishop here in Atlanta. We're at the Convention Center for BCSN Game Time. We're here with Alcorn State, the head coach, Coach Bussie is here to talk to us about what he thinks about this season, his players as well. We'll talk to them a part of this interview. With that being said, let's get this going. Coach Landon, Bussie, how you feeling this morning?
I'm feeling great. Feeling great. I'm glad to be here. And appreciate y'all having me.
It's our pleasure to get it done. With that being said, let's get into your thoughts of this basketball season, particularly who you brought into the fold.
Well, pretty much we have a whole new team. Only have a few returners. Had a lot of transfers last year. Guys who ended up entering the portal. Had a few guys who graduated. So we have a whole new team. So right now we're just trying to build chemistry. Trying to get these guys to gel together. Trying to figure out who can do what. And see where everybody can have success at on the court.
So who did you bring with you?
Right here is Mike. Mike has been here with me for now 4 years out of New Orleans. Been here since he was a freshman. And then you have Jai, who was here also with me last year, but he was at Lee College. Both of these guys are seniors this year.
Good. Excited to have you on the squad. We look forward to watching. See, we can come back to particular questions just for you all, but Charles.
I wanted to ask you quite a bit of roster turn, but
I'm just trying. I have to do a better job of just being a little patient, understanding that these incoming guys don't understand my expectations. They don't understand the culture, the intensity, and it's my job to teach them. In the past, I had guys who've been with me, 3 to 4 years, so they pretty much knew what we was going to do in practice every day. They pretty much knew, how I wanted to do things, the intensity, the pace, and things like that. So, just trying to do a little more teaching, trying to be a little more patient, just trying to be a better coach.
I like that intensity level. We've seen it on the court. It's a fan passion. I don't like even opposed teams, the energy that you give to the game. In terms of that, where does it come from?
Just trying to find a way to let them guys know I'm in a war with y'all. I'm right here fighting with y'all, and if you bring the same intensity I bring every day, you'll be fine. That's in practice, that's in the weight room, that's in the film room, that's in the training room, that's in class. It's the whole trickle down effect. I try to build this program off intensity, and it starts with me. It's not one day I'm walking to practice with no energy. It's not one day I'm walking away with no energy. Every day I have to find a way to bring it. Because if I don't bring it, my assistants aren't going to bring it. They don't bring it, my players aren't going to bring it. So just trying to find a way every single day to bring some intensity.
All right, let me go to you. Question in terms of first, let me say the suits purple, that's right. The tie, yeah, y'all just well, man. Yeah. I can see, and you deserve that smile. But does coach is that energy, particularly in practice? Take us some insights of practice. I know you can't tell us so much because we don't get anybody in trouble here. But does he act like he still can play with it?
Yeah, sometimes he step in the drill and try to give us an example of what he wants. And in practice, it's harder than the game. So,
wow,
incoming should be walking.
I see that giving it to folks.
Yeah, I do it. I try to get out there, but I'm best at talking, acting like I get out there too. I'm very good at talking, acting like I get out there until I really get out there and hurt myself. So, just trying to find a way to find ways to motivate these guys.
Certainly, Mike. Serious question. 4 years, transfer portals. What about coach program? Had you staying there all 4 years?
Really, Coach Bussie took a chance on me. So as he took a chance on me and put his trust in me, I had the same trust in him and stay with him.
Go ahead.
Yeah, I wanted to ask Coach Bussie, the intensity that he brings. What is it that you have to do to sort of match his intensity?
We just gotta keep working hard. Like you said, bring the same energy in practice every game, and like he used to say, we just always lead. Right.
Give us a little insight in terms of understanding the culture and working with other players to understand the culture and the level that you want to play with, particularly with so many different new members to the team.
Well, I really try to step up and try to be a leader and try to get in these guys' ear. Like, this is what coach wants. If you want to play, do this. You got to do these things. If there's anything to put them in position to play.
From your perspective, what does it look like?
Yeah, it's easier when you know the expectations of the coach. So I can get my team out and push them in the right direction.
Go ahead.
Especially yesterday of the women's group, I wanted to ask just from your perspective, Auckland fan base, they are the basketball fans, and what is it when the complex gets rocking in terms of I've been down there when it's hot and humid, fans are right there on top of you, but just talk about the environment.
Oh, it's great. I think we have an advantage, especially when it's it's high, it's rocking, and our lights are real dim and low, and you're at a disadvantage. Then you got to take that long drive all the way down to 61. If you're staying at a hotel in Natchez or Vicksburg, 45 minutes. By the time you guys get off the bus, you're already sluggish. And, so you like that part of the advantage of it. Just the atmosphere, especially if it's a Jackson State game, Southern game, or Grambling game, they're going to be there, and they're going to be excited. They want to talk their trash on social media. So we try to do a good job of just making sure that these guys, give their best performance each and every day.
Sure. Let me off the court. Thoughts in terms of the two media days. Last year was in Houston. This year is in Atlanta. Tournament moving to Atlanta and expanding to 10 teams. Essentially, it's going to go to 12, all 12. What are your thoughts on those moves?
I mean, it's great for me. I haven't had any success in Birmingham, so I don't have no problem getting out of Birmingham because we everybody in here right now, all 12 coaches, has one goal. There's only one coach that's going to achieve that goal. So we're moving out of Birmingham. That's a blessing. I'm scared to walk to arena. So now it's a fresh start. We have opportunity to continue to be at the top of the conference. Now everybody knows, these guys. Mike has been here all 4 years. He won 2 regular season championships. Been the high and low. So Jai, who was here last year, so they understand what we got to do, and it's up to us now. So it's just a transition. Going to Atlanta, Houston, Atlanta is pretty much for us living in Lorman. We enjoyed the two days getting out of it. So, but as far as for media day, so that's a blessing. But as far as just the transition and where the SWAC's going to be located, I think it's good for the conference too, just for the fan base. Hopefully, we were able to get more support from all the fans. Now they have something outside they want to do. As far as if it's Atlanta, the city is a little better than Birmingham.
I want to ask you took notice of this at the SWAC tournament. Parity, there's a lot of great basketball that's being played in this. Let's talk about now preparing.
Oh yeah, for us, preparation is so key. We're going to prepare for every school the same. We could be playing, Ole Miss to a school, any high school. Preparation will be the same. So in the conference, you have so many good coaches. You got coaches who been in this league now for over 15 to 20 years. You got coaches who play in the NBA. You got coaches who've been at a Power 5 level as an assistant coach. So overall, you got to make sure you're prepared because all these coaches, and I think the coaching has improved a lot in the last few years. I have a lot of respect for each coach.
No doubt. Guys, how has Atlanta treated you?
Good. Way better than Norman.
Good stuff. Let me end it on this. Monday showcase. Men have their own game that Monday now. As the women move to Thursday, and you still have a doubleheader on Saturday. What are your thoughts on that on the men's side with Monday? And the only ticket.
No, it don't. I mean, it doesn't affect us. I mean, I didn't find out about it really too late. I get my administration to know that I really not say I don't care, but if it's not gonna affect us as far as winning and losing, yeah, I have no problem with it. I don't think that women play before us or we had the move there. It's not going to affect our preparation. So it doesn't bother me at all.
Good stuff. Well, we'll let you get to the next station. We know we got this round robin, and we don't want to be the problem, regardless of you being late. So we appreciate your time. Continue to build men, and we go back in terms of the multiple championships different ways.
Absolutely.
So it's fun.
Absolutely.
Fun.
Well,
Good luck this season, young
thank
man. We'll be looking and watching you all.
appreciate y'all having us. Thank you.
Hey, grab me one too.
This is Brian Fulford. AD Drew and I are co-hosts of the BCSN Sports Wrap. We talk about all things related to HBCU athletics. From the games, teams, coaches, and fan interest stories, we cover it all. You can find our shows on Facebook at BCSN Sports Wrap, YouTube at MyJBN Online, and everywhere you listen to podcasts like Anchor, Spotify, Google, and Apple Podcasts. You can also find the show on the Jericho Broadcast Network's app. Make sure to download. We look forward to you joining the conversation and being a part of the show.
This is the Dean of the College of HBCU Sports, Kenyatta Cavill of Dr. Cavill's Inside the HBCU Sports Lab with Mike Washington and Charles Bishop. Come mix it up in the lab where the course lecture is in session every Tuesday from 6 o'clock p.m. Central Standard Time on Facebook Live, YouTube Spreaker, or the BCSN app, as we discuss all things about the HBCU sports culture, including exploring the week that was in the sporting HBCU diaspora, as well as the upcoming week of HBCU sports. With me, the Dean, the College of HBCU Sports, on Dr. Cavill's Inside the HBCU Sports Lab with Mike Washington and Charles Bishop. Course lecture dismissed.
Choice Hotels is a family of brands that helps you get the most for your money so you can be any traveler you want to be.
You could be a free hot breakfast hero at a comfort hotel.
Yes!
That's how you waffle.
Mr. This script got a plot twist at a Radisson hotel.
A business big leaguer.
Go for key.
Even the ultimate pool float inflator.
With 22 brands and the best value for your money, Choice Hotels has a stay for any you. Book direct at choicehotels.com, where travels come true. Gotta get the corners.
You're looking for the
This is Dr. Milton Charles Bishop here in Atlanta for the 2025 men's SWAC basketball day. We have none other than the champs are here. The champs are here. Coach quickly correct me. It's like that was last year. It worked in there. So I'm just doing that for all the listeners. Acknowledgement. Now for the coach, he straightened me out real quick. With that being said, we have one of the favorite coaches that are getting it done, as I've seen. Not just in terms of Division I, but his group. I put my money out there and said he's on the way. So I just want to say congratulations.
I just want to say thank you. You know, that means a lot. Especially being a guy who came from small college ranks and tried to, work his way up and build, just let people know you build great programs. So, being somewhere like Kansas State, nothing but a blessing. People before, man, it's a dream job. It's a dream come true, what you do.
Donte Jackson. That being said, tell me what you brought with.
At Automasters LLC.
I've been to do everything as far as
So, welcome to Atlanta. Appreciate it.
Coaching had a lot of
how can I say? It was incredible. Being able to be in that moment, you replay it back all the time. You're a young coach and you dream. I was blessed to be a place for basketball, transfer to the state, play in the NAIA Division II basketball, whatever the case may be. You get into the coaching, so you see everybody, you see the one shining moment. So to finally get a chance to be there, it's like everything in the bag.
Coach, obviously you have Dozier brought with you in terms of being announced as Offensive Player of the Year, preseason honor. So that tells you how a lot of folks respect his game. But tell me about some other folks on your team in terms of art.
Well, I mean, I think everything starts with the group. Right now, it's going to start with David and you know, those guys did a big part of our team last year to the tournament. They were incredible throughout that run, and you've seen a lot of growth. So now those guys, they got to do a good job of just setting expectations every day of how to work, how to be this. So that's the things that I'm counting on with them. And then we got some really good transfers. And we got a transfer that we expect to be big time for us. Sam Onu, we expect to be big time for us. We got Lou Hutchison that transferred in and PJ Edwards. So I think our group we expect to have a lot of continuity, but we got to build it up together.
I'm excited already to see what the Grambling Tigers bring back. But as you get into it, tell us a little about the preseason. What do you think of your schedule?
It's the same tough schedule. We gonna go play them SEC teams. We gonna go fly out and play a tough Pepperdine team. We end with Cincinnati. Like, hey, the one thing about it is, we gotta. I don't mind it because at the end of the day, that's what we gonna see the first round of the tournament. So we have to let these guys understand that you're gonna have to play, the toughest opponent. We gotta be great with the ball. We gotta make sure we, cherish every possession. So we just, it doesn't matter, who we play. We gotta go out there and try to be the best version of ourselves.
Go ahead, Joe.
Yeah, I wanted to ask you guys this. You guys mountain top last. But coming into this week, are there things that you know that we can improve upon?
Most definitely. When it comes down to that, I would say it would be discipline. We already got that hunger. We know what it takes to win. It's about bringing the new guys along with us and just keep it going. Put them on the boat with us.
I mean, yeah, pick up on what he was saying. This just gotta we just gonna put it. We just gotta put it together. So
let me follow up and ask you about the real dirty work. Where does it come from in terms of that mindset? I'm gonna get down defensively and make some plays to be different.
That's the Grambling system. That's what our coaches. We got a great coaching staff. They preach us that everything might not always go well in offensive end, but we could. We're gonna start scoring.
I like that attitude. What about yourself?
Yeah, definitely.
You got a little style there.
Nah, definitely. We gotta have some. Definitely.
Coach, let me go back to you. If you allow me to go back just one step, legacy basketball class, and you played in some other classes that you also conference bowls. You moved to NBA, as you played a couple of years ago. Tell me about those experiences.
Incredible experiences. I just think that high level this year we'll be playing in the Chris Paul Classic again.
Okay.
I think it's just high level exposure for us as a program because you're playing, you're playing on ESPN, NBA, whatever the platform is, and you're playing at a 3-year time slot where everybody in the country can watch you play, and it's no different from a Duke in North Carolina playing, and you have a chance to really showcase the brand of basketball. And with us playing against Jackson State last year in that Michael B. Jordan Legacy Classic, it was incredible. Like, it was a first class experience they put on, and it was like the first class. I felt like the guys felt the energy of being in the arena in Newark. So when we go out here to Connecticut this year, I expect nothing but the same, and we got to be ready to rock and roll with whoever we play, especially the MEAC opponents, because it's SWAC all day over here.
Yeah,
appreciate it. You like 2-3-0 in those classes.
Yeah.
Hey, tell nobody that. Tell nobody that.
Coach, let me ask you, you're starting to reap some of the benefits of the exposure. Talk about some of the things going up.
Man, the Hobby Center is definitely getting a great makeup. really appreciate my AD and our vice president, our AD, Dr. Scott, and our vice president, Brett Logan, and our president, Mel, just being able to, put something into our arena, man. Just the new scoreboards that's going up, the new video boards all throughout the arena. So it's going to be an incredible experience when you get a chance to come watch a basketball game at Grambling State University. And, even for them, as players, marketing, for them to be able to come out and have a intro or whatever the case may be of them being on the big screen and making it feel like, super high level program, what I'm saying? And we cherish our program as if it was a super high level. But at the end of the day, it's nothing like these guys have first class experience while they're in college.
Let's talk about off the court, if you would, in regards to media day coming into fruition. Now in Atlanta, what's your thoughts in regards to also the tournament moving to Atlanta with 10?
Listen, I love media day being here. I love media day being in person. How can I say? Like, it's nothing like being able to have, this interaction, being able to do it on a Zoom call. And interaction is fine, but being personable is everything. And I appreciate y'all coming out and, supporting because, this would happen if it wasn't for y'all. So I appreciate y'all. But, I just think that, the 10 teams going to the tournament, whoever there, we got to lace up and play. So, I mean, I ain't going to worry about how many there, how many ain't there. Like, we got to do our job.
Right. I know that. That's what I asked you in regards showcase. Solo event for the men. Obviously, Saturday still double header. Women get their shot at it on Thursday. Monday, prime time by themselves.
I love it. I love it. And I mean, honestly, I wish we did mirror schedule, because, the toughest part is that going into games and say you on the road, whatever the case is, and you got 25, 30 minutes to warm up. You play a non-conference game, you got an hour and a half, 2 hours to warm up. You trying to put the best product out there for people to see, and making sure guys are adequately stretched, making sure they get enough shots so we can go out there and play. And it's great, when you at home because the road didn't get that. Don't get that. Yeah. But it's tough when you on the road. And, I mean, I'm not, I'm happy for it. I feel like Saturday is really more of a showcase day because you get the men and women. Yeah. You know what I mean? I feel like Saturday is more of a showcase day. You get the men and women at school. And Monday, it's, Monday and Thursdays, solo acts. So, we'll make the best of it whichever way we play. That's the way I look at it.
Final thing is you put that out there for the mirror schedule. For those that may not understand what that is, what is the mirror schedule?
So the mirror schedule is basically if the men are playing at home, the women will be playing away. And that's all games or whatever the case may be. So, that's just the way I look at it. I know it's tough because we don't always have the personnel that a lot of the bigger schools may have, unfortunately, especially in our administration capacity. So it puts a lot of tax and work on everybody as far as working weekends, that nature. But to be totally honest, I work every weekend.
Congratulations.
All right, now.
Season, young man. Look forward to seeing you.
All right, take care.
And look forward next process. With that, let's take our first break. We'll come back on the other side.
Hey, grab me one too.
This is Brian Fulford. AD Drew and I are co-hosts of the BCSN Sports Wrap. We talk about all things related to HBCU athletics. From the games, teams, coaches, and fan interest stories, we cover it all. You can find our shows on Facebook at BCSN Sports Wrap, YouTube at MyJBN Online, and everywhere you listen to podcasts like Anchor, Spotify, Google, and Apple Podcasts. You can also find the show on the Jericho Broadcast Network's app. Make sure to download. We look forward to you joining the conversation and being a part of the show.
This is the Dean of the College of HBCU Sports, Kenyatta Cavill of Dr. Cavill's Inside the HBCU Sports Lab with Mike Washington and Charles Bishop. Come mix it up in the lab where the course lecture is in session every Tuesday from 6 o'clock p.m. Central Standard Time on Facebook Live, YouTube Spreaker, or the BCSN app, as we discuss all things about the HBCU sports culture, including exploring the week that was in the sporting HBCU diaspora, as well as the upcoming week of HBCU sports. With me, the Dean, the College of HBCU Sports, on Dr. Cavill's Inside HBCU Sports Lab with Mike Washington and Charles Bishop. Course lecture dismissed.
Choice Hotels is a family of brands that helps you get the most for your money so you can be any traveler you want to be.
You could be a free hot breakfast hero in a comfort hotel.
Yes!
That's how you waffle.
Mr. This script got a plot twist at a Radisson hotel.
A business big leaguer.
Go for key.
Even the ultimate pool float inflator.
With 22 brands and the best value for your money, Choice Hotels has a stay for any you. Book direct at choicehotels.com, where travels.
It's never too early to plant the seed, to share the tradition, and instill a sense of pride in your HBCU with your little ones. HBCU Pride and Joy Children's Boutique helps you share your school spirit with a wide selection of adorable kids apparel and accessories officially licensed from your favorite HBCU. Visit hbcupridejoy.com and follow us on all social media at HBCU Pride Joy on Facebook and Twitter.
Supermarket sushi, really?
No. Wait, Troy, you work here?
I'm never not working. Like Head & Shoulders Scalp Shield technology, up to 100% dandruff protection, even between washes.
Never not working, huh?
Oh, Troy, you're such a good teacher.
Yeah, I know. Never not working. Never not working. Never ever not working.
Are you serious?
Never not working. Dandruff protection that's never not working. Head & Shoulders Scalp Shield technology.
Hey, grab me one too.
Charmin Ultra Soft has so much cushiony softness, it's hard for your family to remember. They can use less.
Sweet pillows of softness.
This is soft.
Holy Charmin. Oh, excuse me. Roll it back, everybody. Sorry.
Charmin Ultra Soft is so cushiony soft, you'll want more, but it's so absorbent, you can use less, so it's always worth it.
Now, what did we learn about using less?
You gotta roll it back, everybody.
We all go, why not enjoy the go with Charmin?
This is the Dean of the College of HBCU Sports, Kenyatta Cavill of Dr. Cavill's Inside the HBCU Sports Lab with Mike Washington and Charles Bishop. Come mix it up in the lab where the course lecture is in session every Tuesday from 6 o'clock p.m. Central Standard Time on Facebook Live, YouTube Spreaker, or the BCSN app, as we discuss all things about the HBCU sports culture, including exploring the week that was in the sporting HBCU diaspora, as well as the upcoming week of HBCU sports. With me, the Dean, the College of HBCU Sports, on Dr. Cavill's Inside HBCU Sports Lab with Mike Washington and Charles.
At Automasters LLC, our mission is to serve our community by providing quality automobiles at affordable prices. All of our vehicles are inspected and certified to offer you the confidence in knowing you have a quality vehicle. Our goal is to provide you with a seamless process and positive experience for your automobile purchase. Financing recommendations and specific vehicle inquiries are available at your request. You can find us at www.automasters06.com and follow us on Facebook and Instagram. Also, please feel free to contact Terrence Miles at 601-927-7794. And oh yeah, tell him Sonia sent you.
Will and Charles Bishop. We're here in Atlanta as we continue the showcase. It's men's basketball media day today, and we have none other than Coach Kevin Johnson of Southern University. and two young men, stellar young men. Look at Sean, man. One all black. No touch. You see what you do. You see what you do.
I like that. Like that.
They look good, don't
They look good. They look good. I see you, coach. I ain't got to. Yeah, yes, indeed.
I got some good teachers.
With that being said, it sounds like how you doing today?
I'm doing great. I'm so happy to be here in Atlanta. I think it's going to be a great tournament this time. And excited and looking forward to year 2 for me.
I appreciate that with the leading, and that was one of the questions that jumped out of it. Telling us like you're excited that the tournament has moved from Birmingham to Atlanta.
Over the moon.
Oh, wow.
Come on in. We'll introduce you from the coach perspective, but you can answer this question. What are your thoughts on the tournament moving from Birmingham to Atlanta?
I'm excited about it. I'm ready. I'm ready to play.
Ready for the season, and I'll follow up with this question since it's the case. Talk a little bit about how Atlanta has treated you for the media.
I've been great. Everybody been nice. Everybody pretty polite. So we had some on.
So, Coach, with that being said, tell us who you brought with us and why.
Well, I have 2 returners from last year. You guys know with you know, the landscape of college basketball today in the portal, I really feel good about the nucleus of guys that we have back, and it really starts with these. John DeMasi had a really good first year for us and was rewarded for his efforts. He was second to the All. And then Jordan Johnson had a great non-conference for us. He was injured a lot of conference play, and so hopefully we get to see the real Jordan Johnson this year. But excited to have these 2 young guys back as our core.
Coach, you guys took a foreign trip to the Bahamas, and I wanted to ask, how was that in regards to sort of the bonding experience, and then just getting an opportunity to watch them play a little bit?
First, Coach, for you, we didn't get planned in the trip to the Bahamas. I went had to go by myself. I didn't get my son to the Bahamas. With the basketball team, doing like that, but we didn't get them.
Look, next trip, y'all all.
Okay, just making sure. Yeah.
All in, yeah. Look, we got to take care of people. But going back to that trip, first of all, I hadn't had a vacation in 9 years, so I needed to see some blue water, sunshine, and be able to spend that time with my guys. It was an awesome experience. So every time I have been a part of a team that has gone on one of those, it's really led to a good year. And so I'm really hopeful and anticipating that these guys are able to really use that kind of like rocket, kind of get us going into the season. But this job, working together, playing together. But today, this was really impressive to me. You get a group of young men that you a lot of phones and on the resort, I saw these guys talking to each other. And I didn't know that, but that really made my heart smile.
But you did. We'd be remiss if we didn't talk to you about the trip.
Yeah.
You know, what were your thoughts in terms of being able to experience with your teammates going to the Bahamas?
Yeah, I feel like it was a great experience. I think we bonded a lot. Did a lot of activities like yoga and stuff like that. I feel like that a lot. And on the court, you can see that we were playing together. It was a great experience overall.
Yeah, I think that's the biggest thing with this trip. How connected the group was. Will take us a long way.
How do you think that'll translate onto the upcoming season?
I mean, when you everybody be your brother, they got your back. When you go to war, it's easy to look back and say, he got my back to give my all. So just us being thinking like this, I came in and set up ups and down. Yeah, we gonna be a down week.
Good stuff. When you hear your players talking about it in a lot of ways, it's the interconnect. You know, we as fans, we hear coaches come out, move, and you hear them talk about talk on the court all the time. I imagine that is about that interconnection. Some things can be about feel. Sometimes you need to be able to talk on the court as the action is fast and furious. Talk a little bit about why that is important in the game.
You know, I was taught by my college coach. He used to say this all the time. You can hear good teams. You can close your eyes and you can hear good teams by how they communicate with each other on both ends of the floor, offensively and defensively. And so that's something that I feel like we've always had to coach. But those guys got a jump start, a head start for something. And so it was really nice to see.
Let's get on into from the standpoint of the schedule. What are your thoughts on the schedule?
Old dog, hound dog, underdog. Yeah, my dog. Call it whatever you want. But we got 10 road games against some great competition and 3 home games. If we could come through that part of the season the way we did last year, it would be a tremendous success. You know, I look at last year, we played 5 ranked. But be able to compete against that level of really without injury, but be competitive. And then that can really help us when it gets to league play.
Beyond the win and loss of playing those teams, what is it that you're trying to evaluate with regards to your team?
You know, I want to know who's going to rise up to the challenge. You know, we play a lot of those schools. You may classify them as the halves. And I want to know who in our team, in our program, doesn't care about that, but is going to go out there and compete. And if we'll do that, you know, and sometimes you never know. You know, we went out to Vegas last year and beat them out there. And then Mississippi State was ranked number 21 in the country. And they had no idea what was coming. And we were able to go there and take them down. So we're going to approach each game as if we're going to win it.
Sure.
And then we're going to see if we can measure ourselves and how we improve in those games.
Coach, I want to ask you about the Monday game. Now the men are highlighted by themselves. Women have the Thursday, and you still have your doubleheader big games on Saturday. What are your thoughts on that move?
Well, my first message would be to the fans, and actually the fans of both men's and women's basketball. If you're a basketball fan, we need you to show up. Come early, be loud, stay late, and stay on those referees. But
simple message.
All right.
I like the last part of it. Stay on
the ref. Yeah.
I've heard the early part. You know, come early, be loud, stay late, and get on the ref.
Yes, indeed.
We can help you with that. Outside of that, I know we need to keep you moving. So just want to say thank you for your time. Predicted order of finish, Southern is third. Do you pay any attention to the prediction, or is that more something that we get to do as media?
Not at all. I was hoping it would have been 7th, 8th, 9th, 10th, 11th.
Gives you something to put out there.
It's good good for the media, but you know you got to play the games.
That's true. That's true. Well, with that, we'll let you move on. We appreciate your time and look forward to the season.
Thank you guys for having me.
You had a good one. Keep up great work, and we look forward to you all seeing y'all get it done on the court. With that, we'll take our next break. We'll come back on the other side.
If you think all pads are exactly the same, think again. This is Always Ultra Thins reinvented with the Always Triple Protection System. This pad wicks gushes 90% faster, absorbs even more so you can feel dry, and locks odors in. Rethink your pad for up to 100% leak-free and odor-free comfort with the totally reinvented Always Ultra Thins. This is always like never before.
The Cuvée Group is a Florida-based marketing and training consulting firm. We help businesses communicate to their target audience and engage them in conversation. We also help to expand their audiences, which will ultimately result in growth for those organizations. In addition to being a certified constant contact specialist, my colleagues and I are also certified in John Maxwell Leadership Principles. We use these proven principles to conduct workshops, training, and private coaching sessions for individuals and companies looking to take things to the next level. Contact us to schedule a free consultation. Issues today, don't delay, call Cuvée.
Nope. Nope.
Come on, him.
Ooh, I like him.
quicker picker-upper. Bounty picks up message quicker, and each sheet is 2 times more absorbent, so you can use less.
He's an 8.
He's a 9.
Bounty, the quicker picker-upper.
This is Ryan Fulford. AD Drew and I are co-hosts of the BCSN Sports Wrap. We talk about all things related to HBCU athletics. From the games, teams, coaches, and fan interest stories, we cover it all. You can find our shows on Facebook at BCSN Sports Wrap, YouTube at MyJBN Online, and everywhere you listen to podcasts like Anchor, Spotify, Google, and Apple Podcasts. You can also find the show on the Jericho Broadcast Network's app. Make sure to download. We look forward to you joining the conversation.
This is Dr. Cavill, Charles Bishop, and you hear the coach. They're giving us some backstory of what they're getting done in Jackson. Ashley Robbins, the VP of Athletics, our man, and he's getting things going. And now the basketball program on both sides are getting things done. With that being said, we have none other than Coach Mo Williams of Jackson State University. How you doing today?
Doing good, man. I appreciate you guys for having us, along with Shannon and along with Romel.
It's our pleasure. And you did that. Who did you bring with you again?
Shannon Grant, Romel Menzel.
Why you bring those gentlemen?
Well, for one,
yes, sir.
They better be our best players. That's one. But at the same time, man, I had a vision going into the off season. I knew I had Ro coming back, and I wanted to move him, kind of from under the basket. So, I was fortunate to actually see Shannon's name pop in the exact morning that he put his name in the portal. Wow. And it was just kind of a good connection because I reached out to him first, and he was my number one target. And typically when you recruiting and you have a number one target, typically you don't miss on those guys. So we went all in on him. He talked to all our staff multiple times a day. We made sure we recruited the hell out of him. So and along with a lot of other schools in our league. I mean, he really is a good basketball player. But the most important thing is he's coachable, because he still has a lot of room to grow. And I know he has aspiration to be able to take care of himself and his family one day. And he still has to get better to do that. So he comes in, works extremely hard. And I look forward to a big year for him.
Young man, let me ask you all with that. Coming off those comments, how has Atlanta treated you all?
I mean, we just got here this morning. We came in on a real early flight, 6 a.m. So Atlanta's treated us pretty nice so far, I'd say.
With that, let me follow up with this question then. How is it to be coached by Mo Williams?
This will be my 3rd year being coached by Mo Williams. So, that in itself is just a special thing because he's a guy of high stature. He is a coach who can put you in the right places on and off the court. And he really cares about his players. That's the biggest thing that I've gotten from him over my 3 years.
Amazing to hear. Appreciate that. Let me get your thoughts, young man.
I've enjoyed my short time being on the team, under Coach Mo. It's really just a business coming in, making sure you're taking care of what you need to take care of. Like he said, I'm trying to put myself in a position to be able to take care of myself and my family. So I feel like being under Coach Mo, that's something that's going to help me a lot.
Great insight, Charles.
Coach, you guys, you all took a foreign trip, and I wanted to know, how was that process? How was that in terms of team building and character building?
Well,
Coach, you skipped over. Charles, you skipped over the important part. Our invitation. We keep hearing these foreign travels.
Everybody keeps doing these foreign travels.
Yeah.
We don't get the invite.
I got a passport.
We got to talk to Ashley about
went
that.
to Puerto Rico, so we didn't need a passport. So that was a good thing. But the trip to Puerto Rico was great. It came across my desk early in the summer, and I talked to Donte Jackson, and Gremlin went the year before.
Right.
Same place, and I talked to him about it, asked him about the trip, and he said, man, it's a good trip, man. Your team gonna come together. You're gonna learn about your team. They're gonna be able to be together. And he told me all those things, and they won a championship, and he said, man, he said if I could do that trip every year, I would, because it just helps your team. So it made the decision easy. So we wanted to take that trip for 2 reasons.
Okay.
One is to have a vacation, You know,
Fair.
just to go and just. We didn't have shoot around. We didn't. It wasn't really. I wasn't really coaching them too hard. Just kind of letting them play together. Obviously compete. I think I was worried about more of the competition part, just competing, but more so just being around each other for 4 or 5 days, hanging out, you know, doing whatever you guys do, but coming together, you know. And I thought for the most part, and those guys probably can answer that question better than I can. I thought for the most part, just kind of. You know, social media tell you a lot. You know, just the way those guys was posting out there, it lets me know they was actually enjoying themselves.
Certainly. With that, let's go back to you all, gentlemen. Talk about that tripping experience.
So that will be that was my second foreign trip. So Puerto Rico was beautiful to see.
Nice.
You know, it's always good to be able to get out and go see stuff from what you're normally set in. But as a team, I really liked how we you know went out there and competed like Coach Mo said. And we did come together off the court, you know, had some good times, had some laughs, had some things to go see. So I mean, you know, it was all fun.
Sounds like it. And your thoughts?
I agree. It was a great experience for me, just being able to see something new. You know, it's not every day that you get to go to somewhere different, especially where I come from. So I appreciate that. And as far as basketball, it was a good opportunity, you know, to learn my teammates better off and on the court.
Coach, let me ask this question. Looking at from last year's roster to this year's roster, what is it that you looked at and said, okay, this is what we've got to have this going into this upcoming season?
Two things, depth and size. And that was only two things I thought about in the offseason. Now, with the depth part, that's going to probably be leaning more toward those two guys, along with Warren Rainer, along with Deshaun Ruff, and those four guys. They're my four amigos, right? They're my four leaders. Those are guys I count on the most. Those guys going to play regardless. Now, it's up to them how well they play, and how well they play is how far we're going to go, because we expect too much out of them, and I don't have time to be setting the tone with those guys. I shouldn't have to do that with those guys. They should be setting the tone for the other guys, so they can't take days off. They can't take practice off. And the depth can be an issue if those guys not on board, because they'll tell you, man, we got 11, 12 guys that can actually go, that can actually play. It makes our practice real competitive. Those guys can tell you our summer practice has been really competitive, but all 12 guys not going to play. You know, it's going to be a solid 8 with a 9th guy getting some limited minutes, and we got to be okay with that. And the 3 to 4 guys that's going to get the opportunity at some point, just understanding how I've been around the game so long. Everybody's going to get their opportunity. You better be ready.
Be ready.
You know, some guys may get hurt. Some guys may get suspended. Some guys just might not be playing well. And you coming in at a certain point, giving us good minutes. So that's where depth can be really good for you, but it can be detrimental if guys not on board and accepting roles.
How has your experience been in coaching in general, particularly with Jackson State in the SWAC?
One thing about my life, every day I wake up, I'm blessed, right? I have no issues in my life. My home is great. My work life is great. I love my kids. And when I say kids, I'm talking about biological and my players, because I treat them like my kids, you know, and understanding that I don't be around them as much as they be around each other or they be around our assistants. So when I'm around them, that time is valuable. And you get to know each other, especially on the road, especially in practice. You know, you see their temperament. And I spend a lot of time watching film. I watch, you know, more film than anybody. You know, my coach is really dived in and making sure their day-to-day is good. But every single day I'm watching film, watching out if they playing pickup, they working out. They don't know it, but I'm watching it every single day. I don't say nothing to them. And Ro know me because he's been around. He know I'm gonna see everything. I might not say it, but I see everything and I know everything. But I let them be adults, though. I let them be adults.
That's a lot of the level of success you had, paying attention to those details.
Yeah, no, and they know me. I'm attention to detail guy, so I believe in the details. You cannot be great
if you're not into the details and understanding on when you wake up in the morning and when you put your outfit on, whatever you putting on. It's attention to detail. You got to coordinate, you know. So it's attention to detail. Exactly. So everything in life that you do is attention to detail. How you get up in the morning, how you do anything is attention to detail. When you're driving your car, is attention to detail because you're not paying attention. You're not locked into the road. You're not seeing the driving for the guy behind you. That guy might run into you. You know. So it's just always attention to detail, understanding your surroundings. And that bodes well when you do those things off the court. Now on the court, now you understanding how to get open and not taking the easy road out, understanding the fundamentals, understanding on how we need to execute this play. Don't shortcut it. And I thought those things was really developed this summer. And we get into official practice next week where we can dive into building our identity, building on who we want to be as a team. Understanding on who our guys going to be, how we're going to play. You know, we haven't put out specific plays in for our guys yet, so we got to understand that these are the go-to plays that we're going to have. We got to be able to execute this, and the guys that we go to, you better get something done with it, or we'll figure out another place to go.
Very fair. Follow a lot of the coaches, a lot of the teams on Instagram that happen to follow you too, and when you talked about sharing that peacefulness, you see it through your Instagram. So I appreciate giving us a piece of that and see an inside of what that looks like for you, your family, and the extension, your family of Jackson State University and your team. Last thing, very well. Last thing I have for you, because I know you got to keep you moving around, is what are your thoughts
We
in
on
terms?
your time. We ain't in no hurry. We ain't in no hurry. Take your time. Whatever question you got, we here.
I appreciate that. Let me ask you about the Monday, being the showcase, if you would, in terms of Monday, as the women have their own game on Thursday, still have the Saturday matinee with both teams. What are your thoughts on that?
I thought it was a terrific move, and I'm gonna say it because I'm biased because I was an advocate for it.
Okay.
Because I mean, my thing is, I know from a women's standpoint they might not like it, but for me, I thought it was it's tough because we play 13 non-conference games and, you know, we 90 on the clock. We got 90 on the clock, 60 on the clock. We have a routine. And then you get the conference play, and every single game you play, you don't know what time you're going to start. You don't know how much time you're going to have to warm up. You don't know when to meet. So your routine is messed up. So I think on that Monday, but you think about it in the same breath.
That's right.
The women had the same thing in non-conference, but in conference, they still have their 90 minutes to warm up, just like they do in the non-conference. So I think that diminishes the level of preparation and play overall in our conference.
Interesting.
We need our 90 minutes to warm up.
Right.
You know, so and I think that Monday, you'll see better basketball on Monday from a lot of teams around the league because Saturday is going to be the same, 20 minutes before we play. So I think Monday is just going to bode well. And then I think for another thing too, like I said, you never know what time you're going to start. And then you look up, you know, it's 8:30 you're starting, and it's damn near 11 o'clock on a Monday night. And I think that's tough on fans also.
Well, I'll give you this in terms of, we talked with the women yesterday, and I think maybe there was some angst immediate when it was first announced. But many of them actually are welcoming and embracing it because, to your point, they wanted that opportunity to kind of showcase themselves. And so it looks like it's going to work out, and we'll see. So, good point.
I think you know, I wanted both games on separate days, but I'm okay with what they did.
Okay.
Because I feel like on a Thursday, it's better for fans to come to one game instead of a weekday stand 4 hours, 4.5, 5 hours sometimes.
And you have to get prepared for work.
You know, so I think it's hard. You know, one game on Thursday, 2 hours, you in and out.
I like that.
You know, come Monday, 2 hours, you're in and out. Then on Saturday, you ain't got nothing to do. The game starts early anyway, so you can be there all
Does
day.
it create a different level of
And
intensity?
I think the and I hope the schools understand it. So I think with conference play being on Saturday when you're having a doubleheader, I think we need to get more creative with marketing from a university standpoint.
No doubt.
You know, where, you know, you have outside your arena, you might have like jumbo things, you know, for kids to play around, or just activities around it, because you're there with two games. You maybe, some people may be there 4 hours. Now what you can do is still give us that hour in between that gap,
if you got entertainment outside the arena where they can go out and come back in, I know I'm doing somebody else's job, but I want them guys to be prepared to play. And I think it's just a disservice or a disadvantage to them to be able to have all that time to warm up, and then on one day out the week they go look up and there's 20 minutes on the clock and you got to go play a game.
As a professor in the classroom, it's all about learning to me. So I think
like
the
I
more
said,
we share,
I'm attention to detail,
right, and more that we share, the
So-
opportunity for us to grow. So I appreciate it.
Yeah, that's
With that being
fascinating
said,
insight.
Coach, we appreciate that insight and giving us a little more in regards to understanding the big picture of all of this coming together. So good luck this season. We look forward to watching y'all do your thing. And
I
thank
appreciate
you, Coach.
it.
Appreciate you, Coach. Sure thing.
Always a
All right,
pleasure.
man. We appreciate y'all.
Appreciate
Good luck
y'all.
this season.
Hey, grab me one too.
This is Ryan Fulford. AD Drew and I are co-hosts of the BCSN Sports Wrap. We talk about all things related to HBCU athletics. From the games, teams, coaches, and fan interest stories, we cover it all. You can find our shows on Facebook at BCSN Sports Wrap, YouTube at MyJBN Online, and everywhere you listen to podcasts like Anchor, Spotify, Google, and Apple Podcasts. You can also find the show on the Jericho Broadcast Network's app. Make sure to download. We look forward to you joining the conversation and being a part of the show.
This is the Dean of the College of HBCU Sports, Kenyatta Cavill of Dr. Cavill's Inside the HBCU Sports Lab with Mike Washington and Charles Bishop. Come mix it up in the lab where the course lecture is in session every Tuesday from 6 o'clock p.m. Central Standard Time on Facebook Live, YouTube Spreaker, or the BCSN app, as we discuss all things about the HBCU sports culture, including exploring the week that was in the sporting HBCU diaspora, as well as the upcoming week of HBCU sports. With me, the Dean, the College of HBCU Sports, on Dr. Cavill's Inside the HBCU Sports Lab with Mike Washington and Charles Bishop. Course lecture dismissed.
Choice Hotels is a family of brands that helps you get the most for your money so you can be any traveler you want to be.
You could be a free hot breakfast hero at a comfort hotel.
Yes!
That's how you waffle.
Mr. This script got a plot twist at a Radisson hotel.
A business big leaguer.
Go for key.
Even the ultimate pool float inflator.
With 22 brands and the best value for your money, Choice Hotels has a stay for any you. Book direct at choicehotels.com, where travels come true.
Gotta get the corners.
You're looking for the latest information on Southern University sports, the Southwestern Athletic Conference, and HBCU athletics. There's only one place to go. Tune in to the Carlos Brown Show, exclusively on the Black College.
Hey, grab me one too.
Dr. Cavill and Charles Bishop here in Atlanta for Game Time. BCSN is bringing you the 2024-2025 SWAC Men's Basketball Men's Day for us in the Convention Center. With that being said, we have none other than multi-SWAC champion, Coach Johnny Jones. How's it going today, Coach?
Doing great. They're really excited about it. Great to be here in Atlanta today. And it's the media day for the SWAC.
Good stuff. You're looking sharp there, Coach.
Well, you know, y'all always told me I have to dress to impress, and y'all put it in my contract. So I'm trying to hold up my end of the bargain.
You do it well. We do it well.
Yes,
tell us who you have with us.
Well, I've got Kenny Hunter, preseason defensive player of the year, who great bookend for us and got his sidekick with Grayson Carter, who finished the year really strong for us. And so those are bookends in the two solid guys that we feel that are returning this year. They can make a huge difference for our program.
Certainly. With that being said, young man, how is Atlanta treating you?
Nice. Yeah, I like Atlanta a lot. Atlanta treated me good.
Big smiles.
Something about Atlanta, folks be like, that's all right. Oh, where are we going? Atlanta.
Yeah.
Can I go? Coach Jones, with that being said, and I don't know how else to answer this, but it must be amazing when you get to a tournament championship game, you don't win it, and folks are like, what happened? After winning 3 straight, I guess the expectations kind of grow on themselves.
Well, it's a great question, and it's one that we try to look for the answers to, because we certainly don't like for that question to have to be asked. We want to be champions, and that's all our goals, and that's our drive, and we want our people to be disappointed and not excited about us just getting there. At the end of the day, we feel like we know we're familiar with some of the things that created or caused a setback, and we're hopeful through recruiting and with the guys that are returning that we can right the wrong at the end of the day, and make sure we do a much better job of finishing. Yes, we got there. Some people weren't thinking that we would obviously get to that position, and we were back there in a familiar territory for us, but we didn't finish the job. But we did play a very good, solid Grambling team who was on their game and did an exceptional job, and went and represented us well in the NCAA tournament as well.
Mm-hmm. Credit to you.
Yeah.
Before I let Charles jump in here, do you share your ties? Go ahead, Charles. Don't answer.
Coach, I want to ask this question. It seems each year rosters change, and I wanted to ask, what did you look at in regards to this upcoming year? Like, this is maybe a piece that we need.
Well, obviously losing PJ Henry's a guy who's kind of been our engineer, quarterback over the last several years, and then having CC last year was very important, part 4. So those are 2 main characters that were on our team last year that we felt like we were losing, that for us to advance and continue to get better, not only do we have to try to fill that void of those 2 guys, we've got to build on it, because we did just have those 2 guys. And when something wasn't right with PJ, we didn't feel like we had that nucleus that can come in and hold us afloat. This year, we feel like not only that we have that guy, but we do feel like our team is built now. If something should happen, that for the long haul, we've got other guys that can come in and fill those positions and certainly help us. So that would be the missing link with PJ, and it's filling the void with the new guys that we've got coming in. I feel like the coaches have done a tremendous job of going out, recruiting a great core of guys that's going to complement our bookends that's here with us today.
Let me ask this question, because you use the terminology PJ being a quarterback. What were the qualities that you see in whomever the new quarterback might be?
Yeah, you got to be a great signal caller, understand exactly where everyone's supposed to be on the floor, understand their strength, their weaknesses, how to create opportunities for other people that are around them, holding the team together, making sure that as a signal caller or whatever, that the people around you trust you. And PJ was that guy, and obviously over the years and being MVP of our conference tournament, he'd earned the stripes at the end of the day. So going out and recruiting guys and bringing people in, had to bring some guys in that you feel like these young men trust. They understand how important it is that to follow that guy, but it'd have to be someone worth following at the end of the day. So that was our job, making sure that we go out and fill that void. We do at the end of the day, having Kavion just transferred in from where did he just come from Abilene Christian is the point guard there, and transferring in. He's the guy that we feel that can come in with Jalen Weisinger, who was a backup for PJ last year, who's had an incredible offseason, going to be able to help us. Jalen Posey came in from New Mexico State. So we have a core guys, something that we didn't have last year that we feel like we've built on and going to be bigger, stronger, and better because of.
Let me go to y'all, young men. Patiently waiting up there. We appreciated that. A lot of height over there. Talk about what has you excited about this season.
Oh, just the team that we got. I think we got a lot of good pieces coming in. I think the main focus should be chemistry going forward for the first few months. But I think that we got a lot of good pieces. And like you said, I think we're gonna be deep. So.
Good stuff.
Yeah, I think it's the depth that we have. Yeah, we're gonna be very good. And like you said about the chemistry, about just playing together.
You guys have an interesting high-low action going, because I'll see you pop out at the top of the 3-point line and you do the dirty work down low. But coming into this season, are there any other things that you've put in your toolbox?
I think my biggest thing this summer was about my motor, just about having a real good motor, second chance plays, just going to rebound, not just stopping on the first play, but having going to keep going, just keep going.
I think we both had the same mindset going into this summer. Mine was just getting in better shape. I had a lot of plays last year. I'll get tired, and I couldn't make that second effort. So losing 20 pounds this offseason was big.
It's noticeable. Yeah, noticeable. Yes, indeed.
Good stuff. With that being said, talk a little bit about just your overall thoughts in terms of non-conference games. What type of mindset do you go in those games? Texas Southern, and you'll be a part of them, have had some success. Not like everybody at the non-conference in those non-conference matchups.
Right.
How does that happen?
We go into every game going in to win. So, I mean, that's the mindset you got to have. You can't go in there already beat.
Yes, sir.
Want to compete. It's just about compete.
Okay. I like that. Coach Jones, going back to you, talk a little bit about your philosophy in terms of those non-conference setups and what does that look like for you this year?
Yeah, I'll tell you, the SWAC is a very difficult, a tough league. So we tried to do in the beginning of the year is try to play quality teams that's going to prepare us for a grueling SWAC schedule. At the end of the day, home and away, I don't care what night it is, you have to be ready, mentally focused to be able to do that. So our non-conference schedule preppers and prepares for that. This year we've got Xavier, it's probably going to be a top 25 team. We're at Georgia. We're at Georgia Tech as well, on the road at New Mexico again, at Nevada. So those games are really tough games for us at the end of the day. But these guys have, along with myself, big shoes to fill and trying to carry things over because we've been able to beat top 25 teams in the regular season in those games. So we go into those games with the right mindset that we're going in. If we play the right way and do the right things and things happen for us, that we can come out with victory. So we don't go in with a defeated mindset at the end of the day. And at the end of the day, if it is a setback, the biggest challenge is for us, how do we get better for the next game and what did we learn from that game that created the setback instead of losing the next game because of the fact that we're no longer focused or in the right frame of mind, the right place. Our deal is to get better each game, to make progress. And if you can do that during your non-conference schedule, about time you get to conference, that's when I think you have your chemistry. I think that's when you have an opportunity to be hitting on all cylinders, and I think that's why we're able to make a difference down the stretch.
Coach, what is it about the DNA of the SWAC that makes it a grind week in, week out?
Just like anything else, you got good basketball coaches in the league. You've got great talent, but all teams don't play alike. You certainly, when you talk about scouting reports, you have to prepare for different teams. You're playing Priv, you know they're going to press full court pressure all the time. They're getting after you certain ways. You can be playing as much as Mississippi Valley. They're going to sit back in the zone for the most part. They're especially home, very difficult to play against, and you have to be really prepared for it. So there are different styles that you have to prepare for each team. You have to be ready player-wise, and when you talk about personnel in terms of defending, how you're going to defend certain personnel to give yourself an opportunity to win. So it's preparation, just like I don't care if you're playing the best team in the country in Kansas, which we've done. We have to prepare the same way in terms of trying to take certain things away from our opponents. And when you're able to do that at a high level in our league, at the end of the day, you give yourself a chance to win.
Let's get a couple of questions off the court and get your thoughts on what's taking place here. Obviously, the tournament moving to Atlanta, the media exposure you're getting now with these media days. What are your thoughts in terms of where the league is going in these updates, particularly with the tournament coming to Atlanta with 10 teams?
I think you certainly have to take your hat off to our commissioner, Dr. McClellan, who's done a tremendous job of continuing to put the league on a higher pedestal and giving it as much light as possible, and including moving our tournament from Birmingham, which was a great city and had a great opportunity to play in, and creating some history there. But moving it to Atlanta, the seventh largest media market in the country, it's going to certainly put more eyes, more cameras, more visibility on our teams, our programs. It's an excellent city that I think they're going to have an opportunity to grow and more exposure for the young men that we have in their program. So I couldn't be more excited to the league has decided to move the conference tournament here to the city of Atlanta. which I think some great things going to be able to happen for us. When you're talking about a city that hosted the Olympics and you name it, you know that media-wise that they're ready, and everybody's always starving for an opportunity in terms of something to cover. And we will definitely have something for them to cover come March for sure.
One of the questions we've been asking all the coaches starting yesterday with the women about the showcase of having the independent night. Obviously for the women it's Thursday. A lot of them seem to be welcoming the opportunity and how they can find a way to make it work. Asking the same thing on the men on the Monday night. Now you have that individual showcase. Talk about your thoughts in terms of the league moving to that framework.
Well, I think I couldn't be more excited. I think one of the things, the big pluses for us at the end of the day, it's going to be more fan friendly, especially during the week where you want to bring your kids to the game and they can enjoy festivity. You don't want the women to have to start the games too early because people want to get off work and come and be a part of their games as well. But if that's going to push our games starting time back to 7:45, 8 o'clock, that means you got kids getting out of there at 10:30, 11 o'clock trying to get to school the next day. So it'd make it a little bit more difficult for families to come in. So if we can play our games early, they can bring their kids. They're going to get them home in a timely fashion, be able to stop, get something to eat after the games. I think it's going to be exciting to know that our games are going to start at 6:30. The game is going to start at 7 o'clock. I think you're going to build a better fan base and being able to do that people are going to be excited about. Coming in Saturday, I think people are going to be able to build around their schedule. If they want to go to the mall, if they've got some things to do, but they want to come support their favorite SWAC teams. And for us, our men and women to be playing the same day on that Saturday, I think it's going to be exciting for us. And then Saturday will be that thing to do. But I think being isolated on that Thursday or that Monday as the individual team plan, I certainly welcome it as a coach, and that's what most leagues do around the country. And I think it's certainly going to continue to build our fan base.
Good stuff. Last one before we let you get out of here and know you got to keep you moving around. You sit in a unique situation in Houston, right? Where you have large alumni bases for some of the visiting schools. But the Texas Southern fans with the history come in support. And it really gets going in that arena when you have both fans there, and it really engages Texas Southern fans a lot more. And what you all do on the court really gets them into it. And so just wanted to get your thoughts in terms of that uniqueness of the Texas Southern brand of basketball and what you bring to the table along with these great players.
Well, you couldn't be more excited in terms of our fan base and excited at the end of the day because of people can go to school other places, but at the end of the day, they want to stay or live there in the city of Houston, obviously with their jobs and working in their alums. And it's great that they have an opportunity to come out and support various teams that come into players that also build our crowds at the end of the day. But as a coach, being able to come out of that locker room and look in those stands and the folks are there because of the play of these guys and the job that they've done out there on the floor, that the fans want to come and be a part of it. And they've been our sixth man and been a powerful sixth man at the end of the day for us. They're difference makers in our basketball games at the end of the day. And there's not a better fan base, I can just tell you, than their Texas Southern University because of the way that they come in, cheer, the energy they provide, that they bring night in and night out for our program.
Yes,
we'll get you out of here. Thank you, Coach. Always a pleasure being able to work with you. Had a couple of chances to be on the road, and I've seen how you develop your team and work with it. Young men, much success this year, and I appreciate what y'all do for the university.
And thank you guys so much for what you all do for not only our program, but for the SWAC as a whole and for college sports in general. You guys do a tremendous job, and glad that you're on our team.
Sure, no doubt. Thank you, Coach.
Thank you. That. Make sure I can get that tie. We'll be right back out of that break before he gives an answer. Stick with us. We'll be right back.
If you think all pads are exactly the same, think again. This is Always Ultra Thins reinvented with the Always Triple Protection System. This pad wicks gushes 90% faster, absorbs even more so you can feel dry, and locks odors in. Rethink your pad for up to 100% leak-free and odor-free comfort with the totally reinvented Always Ultra Thins. This is always like never before.
The Cuvée Group is a Florida-based marketing and training consulting firm. We help businesses communicate to their target audience and engage them in conversation. We also help to expand their audiences, which will ultimately result in growth for those organizations. In addition to being a certified constant contact specialist, my colleagues and I are also certified in John Maxwell Leadership Principles. We use these proven principles to conduct workshops, training, and private coaching sessions for individuals and companies looking to take things to the next level. Contact us to schedule a free consultation. Issues today, don't delay, call Cuvée.
This is Dr. Cavill and Charles Bishop here in Atlanta for Game Time. BCSN, we're here at the 2025 SWAC Men's Basketball Media Day, and we have none other than Coach Reggie Theus here with Bethune-Cookman University. Coach, how are you doing today?
Man, I'm doing well, blessed.
Yeah,
happy to be here.
You sharp with that maroon?
Listen, you know how it is. You gotta come with it every now and then.
I see it.
Yeah,
some of us think the part, some of us can do the part.
Well, listen, I can appreciate your afro, what you got going up there. Takes me back to 1975. Attica.
If you know, you know.
If you know, you know. Exactly.
If you don't know, that just means you're young.
Yeah, exactly.
Very true. With that being said, Coach, who'd you bring with you?
Daniel Ruzon and Reggie Ward, two guys that have a chance to be exceptional this year. Multi-talented, multifaceted players. They have played multiple positions. Looking for big things. If put it this way, if they don't play well, we don't win.
That's fair. That's where it lays it down there. With that being said, young man, talk about how has Atlanta been for you today?
Atlanta's been good. This is my first media day personally. Thankful to Coach Theus and Scott bringing me out. I'm glad I can be a representative for this team, for my school. It's been well. Media's been going well, and I'm excited for what you guys got to ask me today.
Look at that, man. That's a big part. Coach said it goes with how y'all go. What about you? What was your thoughts in terms of Atlanta today? How's it been for you?
Shoot, I like Atlanta so far, man. Had a little cookout since I've been here, so I ate a little decent. Like the weather, man. So yeah, it's been nice. I like the media day vibe. I've never been to a media day before, so this is like a good experience for me, and I like to see how everybody doing, see how the conference going.
Sure.
Well, welcome and
Yes,
great
indeed.
thoughts, and we appreciate that. Spoken like a true college student and talking about the food was good.
Okay, first thing he said was a cookout. Coach was looking on his phone. Where are we gonna go? Let's go cook out. But I'll say this about the media day.
Yes, sir.
And that's where the SWAC is grown to. This is why we have the media day. This is an experience that these kids, haven't had in their lives, and it's part of being in what I would call a big time conference.
Yes, sir.
And that's why they do it. And they do a good job with it. It's
I
fantastic.
appreciate
You guys are really doing a great job.
Thank you.
Appreciate you adding that, and we take that and receive it and keep working to get better, just like your team. Talk about a couple of other players that we need to keep our eyes on for this year.
Well, we got several of them.
Okay.
Gianni is a point guard. There's a pass first point guard who's quick, defensive minded. Brayon is a shooter, is a scorer. I got 11 new players, so we'll be here for a while. But it's just a Jesus is another Spanish kid who is a multifaceted kid. I would call him a point forward who can do all the little things and play within himself at the same time. So the thing that our team has, we got size and depth and experience. We have a very experienced team that we're able to bring in, and I'm just really looking forward. Our biggest thing for me with our team, with the talent that we have, is that we have to become a team now. And then my job is the coaching job that I have to do is make these guys become the players that they want to be with each other.
Got it.
You can have personal goals, you can want to do certain things, but it can't come in front of your team goals. And when you bring 11 new players in, that's the biggest battle you have.
And I wanted to follow up on that, Coach, because that's a question I've been asking, especially when we take a look at sort of the roster turnover, the roster churn, is what is it specifically that you sort of look at in terms of forging that foundation or that chemistry with the new team?
Well, You know, I always say that unless you have had a perfect career and you're at a Power 5 somewhere and you have all the accolades, you should have a chip on your shoulder. You should have something inside you that burns, that wants to be and do anything you can to be the best player that you can and for us to win, because nobody gets what they want if you don't win.
Sure.
So just the camaraderie that you're trying to build with the team and the cohesive effort defensively. Well, right now we have a lot of individuals that are trying to play together, and that has to become, we have a team that is willing to play for each other. And that's where we have to get to.
Does it happen on the defensive side of the court first?
It's kind of both, but
okay.
you so I always tell them that, defense is the same all the time. Our defensive principles are never going to change. They're going to be exactly what they are. I'm going to know where you're supposed to be because the ball scores. So if the ball scores, then where you're supposed to be defensively is going to be in reference to where the ball is. Offense is alive. It emotes. It changes. And eventually the players will let me know what works best for them offensively. My job is to come up with a scheme that puts them in the best positions for them to be their best player.
Sure.
I want to ask you a little bit about in terms of expansion and one of the new member institutions. I've had the pleasure, and I appreciate certainly the hospitality in all seriousness, both in terms of football, but particularly in basketball. And having that experience, talk to those fans that may not have been able to see it, certainly not feel it, in terms of the home atmosphere for your basketball game.
Oh yeah. Well, listen, I can brag on that pretty well because it is a fact that we have the best atmosphere in the
I believe so.
I've seen
it. And it's great when the band's not there, but when the band is there, it's off the charts. It's off the charts.
Turn up.
Listen, it is a complete turn up. I tell people, when they go to the football games, they go in there, they want to go to the president's lounge and have a highball. Yeah. And when you come to Moore's Gym, you bring your Hennessy in a paper bag. And you get ready to party. So that's exactly what it is.
That's exactly a great example.
But in reference to that, the fun is what it is, and our crowd is also pretty respectful, in this sense. So it's a combination of it's just real pure fun.
Sure, it is. I mean,
and hype. And don't let them start singing.
Right.
We got a whole school of people who like to sing.
Concert with the pep band, the team starts to get hyped.
If you play a certain
go on
song,
some of those runs, I'd be like, uh-oh, here they go.
They break out in all kinds of stuff. I'm like, uh-oh.
With that, young man, let me go to you all and ask you. I'd be remiss if I didn't get your thoughts in terms of the home crowd and what type of energy it brings to y'all.
I'm excited to see it. I've heard a lot about it from Coach Reggie and my teammate Reggie about the home court atmosphere. We probably have one of the best, if not the best, home atmospheres in the conference. So I can't wait to get the fan love and see what the home court advantage is talking about.
Yes, you can.
See, I'm a returner, so the home atmosphere is different. Like, hey, we be having people in there shaking, man. Like, maybe out of bounds, you hear somebody in your ear talking about, "Don't turn it over." So the home atmosphere is legit. I love it personally. Like, I don't feel like no other school got it like us. It's just like this, the family of Bethune-Cookman kind of makes sure that we as loved as the football team and every other team is. Like, it's just a school thing. It's like the way that we work.
Sure.
One of the things I tell our guys all the time, I say, and this is the way I feel, and I preach it constantly. If you want campus to be a part of you, you have to be a part of campus.
Right.
You don't live and play on an island by yourself.
Sure.
You don't go to school by yourself. These are your comrades. These are your people. So you have to support on every level.
First ever appearance in the Cancun Challenge. In terms of taking on some of these teams, North Dakota, Garden Webb, what is it you're looking to see from your team?
Well, we got a tremendous non-conference schedule. If you've looked at our schedule, it's extremely difficult. It's going to be challenging for us. The biggest thing for me, coaching-wise, is that our team has to gel earlier than it ever has before if we're going to, be in a position to win some of these games early. Because when you have 11 new players, you have a tendency, you have to allow yourself to grow.
Mm-hmm.
And so it's going to be taxing on our guys when it comes to what I need for them to do, because I'm going to grind them. I'm going to grind them hard.
Sure.
Because ultimately you have to win the conference to get to the NCAAs, and that's our goal.
Mm-hmm.
Nothing else matters. But having a chance to go to Cancun is another experience that. I'm into experience. I'm into, then when it comes to the player,
we're just upset because we didn't get it.
We could tag along, coach.
Yeah.
Man, these folks going on these foreign tours.
Right.
I got a good passport.
Yeah, I know. I thought they confiscated his passport.
He hides it in
You're
the
not supposed to tell him that one.
They took your passport. You ain't going nowhere.
Let's go off the court a little bit. We had all that, but before I go off the court with you all, I do want to ask you all this question: how is it to play for Coach Theus and then be recruited and coming in, and your thoughts of working with Coach Theus and being prepared to play with him, for him, I should say?
Playing for Coach Theus so far, he's a player's coach. He played. He knows the game better than a lot of the guys that I played for. And
Great
just
insight.
having that personal experience with him, being able to go to a guy who's been through the things that I've been through as a black man and as a black player, it's really been big for me. And it's helped my mental a lot, and I think it's going to withhold me throughout the season. So playing for Coach Theus has been a blessing, and I'm excited to see what the season's going to be.
I appreciate sharing that insight.
Me personally, I think playing and recruiting for Coach Theus is night and day, man. The dudes that recruit you, it's always let's love throughout it though. But versus the dudes you get 7 days a week, man.
Yeah.
I feel like that's good though, because he really preaches like if you're gonna do this, you got to go hard at it. You can't just be half doing it. If you're gonna do it, you got to really do it. You got to be intense about it, and you got to really love what you do. You can't just come every day and just be. And that's hard for some people, to transition from where they came from versus somebody who's consistent every day really doing that.
Yeah.
But yeah, I mean, playing for Coach Theus is an experience, man. Most people can't say they did that,
That's right.
People can't say
Well,
that.
I take that. Thanks, guys. I take that very personal because I'm not going to let these guys down.
Right.
Mm-hmm.
And Reggie has a little bit different experience. Daniel, he hasn't got his yet, but he's coming. He got, just a little bit of it the other day, but one of the things that stuck out in my mind with Reggie was that he said, "Coach, I've never been asked to do so much."
Mm.
And he had been regulated into doing just this and this.
Mm-hmm.
I said, well, that's not playing ball. I need you to do this, 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 and this. And this is what's going to make you give you the opportunity to make money playing this game.
Mm-hmm.
You can't be a one-trick pony.
Mm-hmm.
You can't just be regulated into just doing one or two things. You have to be able to do it all. And it took him a little while to understand and to accept the coaching that I was giving him. But I think when it's all said and done, he also realized that what I was telling him was the truth. And I was just pulling for him.
Yeah.
And I wasn't going to let him not do it.
Yeah.
So he doesn't really have a choice.
Right.
There's only one way to do it. Either you do it or you don't.
Coach, I'm going to share a quick anecdote with you. Back when we first got cable on WGN, you and I, we shared the backcourt trying to feed the ball in the Dave Corzine. Thought I'd let you know.
Okay.
I was off, there you go. I was the off guard while you ran the point in my backyard.
Nice.
Pretty good there. Let's take it off the court. As I said, what are your thoughts in terms of the tournament moving to Atlanta and expanding to 10 teams?
Well, listen, again, it goes along with the growth of the conference.
Yeah.
It goes along with, the vision of our leader, and that is Dr. McCullen, just a tremendous commissioner and, deserves all the accolades that he gets for being a tremendous leader. This conference has great coaches in it, guys who work hard, who understand the game, who coach very hard. Our conference, it's a difficult conference, but when you start to do things like Media Day, when you bring the conference tournament to a place like Atlanta, where you can have everything all inclusive, and and you expand. Now you're expanding the field to to look more like the upper mid-major and Power 5.
Sure.
And that's the goal is to be no different.
Yeah.
And then you know, obviously I have an affinity for Atlanta. I played here,
Yeah.
you know, with Neek and Moses and
No doubt.
Doc. You know, so it's always a lot of fun. You know, Atlanta ain't gonna change.
See, put the little card.
Yeah, Atlanta ain't gonna change.
These guys I play.
Yeah, exactly.
I like that. That's
Good
like
stuff,
tough.
though.
Can't
Good
everybody
stuff.
can't do that. But before we get out of here, one last one. I want to also ask you about the setup for the men's, women's Thursday showcase for them, and then on Monday, men are highlighted in terms of that. You still have your Saturday showcase, if you would, with both programs. What are your thoughts in terms of being able to get the game on Monday?
Well, I think the way they have it worked out is it's going to work very well. You know, it's difficult to go, you know, line by line on it because the one thing that we have to respect and we have to understand that it ain't going away is the women's game is growing. The women's game is
Tremendous
important.
popularity. Yeah.
It's important. And you know, sometimes we get caught up into our own thing, you know, and that's kind of the way it should be to some degree.
Right.
But at the same time, you know, when you see that the women's game is growing, they have opportunities to do things themselves, and they have a great tournament. They themselves and the way they play, I enjoy watching.
Sure.
So, you know, the way they have it worked out for both sides is, I think, it's going to maximize the opportunity to do well. You know, they changed a little bit of the time because I don't want to go into too many details, but there used to be, you know, somebody would get a day off, a bye game,
right,
and they catch the other team with a late game the next morning. So they've changed that around too.
Okay.
So that and part of that was all about being able to have the best games possible.
I like that.
With the most rest possible.
I'm glad you shared that because obviously change is different and people talk or whatever. And a lot of things that I saw that I appreciated about it, but getting that additional insight, I think, helps people understand that it was a methodological process in terms of making the swing and taking the next step to growing the league.
Yeah, well, and a lot of thoughts going into it, you know, and a lot of conversations. And I'm privileged in this way because I'm also the athletic director.
Sure.
So I'm in the meetings. I see what the conversations are about, and I know the work that all the athletic directors and presidents put in to make this right.
Okay. Appreciate that insight.
Yes, indeed.
Know you got to keep moving around,
Yep.
and so appreciate your time, young man. Enjoy Atlanta. Make sure you get your food. We're gonna take care of you. Eat well and enjoy your college experience because you deserve that. And
Very
appreciate you, Coach.
Yes,
what you
thank
do for these young men
No,
and women
pleasure's
on
mine.
campus.
Pleasure's mine. Thank you guys for having
We'll
us.
be right back after this break. We'll have a little extended break here as we got a little more time inside before we see our next coaches and players. Again, thank you for your time and following us on Game Time here in Atlanta at the Convention Center for the 2024-2025 SWAC Men's Basketball Media Day.
Good. Smile. Yes, sir. Smile.
Oh, yeah. No doubt. Keep it up.
Yes, sir.
Thanks, man.
Somebody who is somebody in the state of Florida who can navigate and understands the athletic portion of it, having worked at FAMU, having been on the Florida Classic board, chairman of the Florida Classic board, but also has the political clout that you need in that type of position, especially with Tallahassee being the state capital. I think she has the political clout and the political connections that, in my opinion, can help take FAMU to a level that no other candidate, internal or external, can at this point in time. So I am Team Suggs. I'm 100% Team Suggs. If this one goes left, I will be the first one to crack the yolk and put the egg on my face.
Something tells me with the interim president in the news moving this fast about the hire, that they, if not okay this, they may have even pushed this to go in this direction. Something tells me, but to your point, I can understand FAMU alumni, their concern based on what has taken place with the athletic to hires basketball coaches of late, but something sneaky suspicion. And I got word of this a couple of weeks ago, to be frank with you, but I was asked to shut it down, so I left it there, even with you all, because you didn't share any frame with me, and I didn't want to belabor the point. I knew y'all probably were quietly hearing some things and just held on to it because of as what you just said about making sure it wasn't messed up, because so many people in your circle support this hire.
I caught word through the back channels of this. Honestly, probably within, if not hours, days of the previous athletic director being released, that she was at the top of the list. But once again, because of what we do and the trust that people have in us, you keep this to bed. You keep this on a needs to basis.
Oh, I agree. I've been in situations
at that
like
point
that,
in time,
especially when you think you got a winner. It's like the Christmas present when you've shaken the box and you heard about it or you've seen it. You kind of be quiet because you don't mess it up, because you know how your parents would do and be like, "Oh, so you've been sneaking in the thing. Well, how about we get you a different present?" And you just sick because you like, "I know I seen that." And you done unwrapped all your presents, not there. And you're like, "What happened?" They knew you snuck in their cookie jar. So I get it. With that being said, before we go to our first break, Charles, give me your thoughts on today in terms, or if you want to go in a different direction with some news of the day, you can do that as well.
No, I thought today went very well, and I think it was very well received. Kudos to the SWAC for putting a spotlight on basketball, especially when we're starting to get into the thick of things with regards to football. But SWAC Women's Media Basketball Day, and then you have the men on tomorrow. But a lot of energy, a lot of enthusiasm in terms of coaches showcasing their teams, and it's the thing that kind of stands out is you have a lot of roster churning, as you mentioned, a lot of roster overhaul. So it was a lot of coaches really showcasing what they're going to be putting on the court this upcoming season. And we got a lot of great interviews today, and I'm sure we'll talk about it as we move forward in the show. But I thought the energy was very well received today. And then just being here in Atlanta, where this SWAC basketball tournament will take place later on this spring, I think there was a lot of energy in the room.
Charles, you've been proud of me today. In between all this, I got a chance to go over to the Fulton County tennis field complex, if you would, because they have the HBCU tennis championship this weekend. So I got a chance to get over there. Ali, as it may seem, is the current provost, Dr. Carl Goodman, who was formerly a tennis coach at FAMU, as you know, AD Drew, and was a championship tennis coach there and built that program, or rebuilt it, I should say, as it one time was very solid. Obviously, people know about Thea Gibson in terms of that work that was able to get done. But he's now the provost at Texas Southern University, but when he was at FAMU, started this tournament. Now the other folks run it, if you would. But he reminded me that the HBCU National Championship took place. It fell right in the spot that's going on now and goes to Saturday without any rain. They might have to push it back or whatever to get the championship in. But it was sunny and looking good today. Great matches, a lot of different institutions out there from the GCAC, now known as the HBCU AC, SIAC, CIAA, MEAC, SWAC, and some independents, A&T, Tennessee State, and Hampton, with men's and or women's teams out there for tennis. So fascinating to see how that worked. It was a great sight to see, and just wanted to support and congratulate Carl. This is like the 25th year that he's getting it done. So I thought that was a big deal for anything that lasts that long. It's certainly putting in the work. So he is taking his passion and putting in the work. And it's a living ideal of supporting HBCU tennis programs to get it down there. And they actually pay for the lodging of the teams. They get 2 meals. They get lunch and dinner out there. And so they basically just have to get there, which goes a long way to support those programs in terms of what that looks like. So I did want to cover that and give a shout out to Provost Goodman in terms of what he's getting done. With that being said, let's take our first break. We'll come back on the other side and let's get back into some football talk. It's football around the corner, Charles. There's football around the corner. We want to talk a little bit about some football. So after this break, we'll be back on the other side to talk about some what?
Football.
Hey, grab me one too.
This is Ryan Fulford. AD Drew and I are co-hosts of the BCSN Sports Wrap. We talk about all things related to HBCU athletics. From the games, teams, coaches, and fan interest stories, we cover it all. You can find our shows on Facebook at BCSN Sports Wrap, YouTube at MyJBN Online, and everywhere you listen to podcasts like Anchor, Spotify, Google, and Apple Podcasts. You can also find the show on the Jericho Broadcast Network's app. Make sure to download. We look forward to you joining the conversation and being a part of the show.
This is the Dean of the College of HBCU Sports, Kenyatta Cavill of Dr. Cavill's Inside the HBCU Sports Lab with Mike Washington and Charles Bishop. Come mix it up in the lab where the course lecture is in session every Tuesday from 6 o'clock p.m. Central Standard Time on Facebook Live, YouTube Spreaker, or the BCSN app. As we discuss all things about the HBCU sports culture, including exploring the week that was in the sporting HBCU diaspora, as well as the upcoming week of HBCU sports. With me, the Dean, the College of HBCU Sports, on Dr. Cavill's Inside the HBCU Sports Lab with Mike Washington and Charles Bishop. Course lecture dismissed.
Choice Hotels is a family of brands that helps you get the most for your money so you can be any traveler you want to be.
You could be a free hot breakfast hero at a comfort hotel.
Yes!
That's how you waffle.
Mr. This script got a plot twist at a Radisson hotel.
A business big leaguer.
Go for key.
Even the ultimate pool float inflator.
With 22 brands and the best value for your money, Choice Hotels has a stay for any you. Book direct at choicehotels.com, where travels come true. Got to get the corners.
You're looking for the latest information on Southern University sports, the Southwestern Athletic Conference, and HBCU athletics. There's only one place to go. Tune in to the Carlos Brown Show, exclusively on the Black College Sports Network.
Compress the analytic data with your hip hop. If you know them like I know them, they gon' tell you if your team, if they want to lose, and who the ball. So listen to Professor, yes sir, and pay attention, cause he gonna teach a lesson.
This is Dr. Ville with Inside the HBCU Sports Lab with Charles Bishop and AD Drew. Let's get in some matchups as we span off from Tuesday. We unveiled the top 10, if you would, those receiving votes, so top 7 poll rankings, if you would, for the mid-major division on Tuesday as we had our first release on the Sunday edition of the major division, if you would. Let me reflect on that and just catch everybody up to let them know what those top matchups were. Going back to Sunday, top 7, and we'll start with those receiving votes to get you all 10 of those programs, if you would. Receiving vote starts at South Carolina State. The Bulldogs are 1 and 2. You got the Morgan State Bears also 1 and 2. And then you have the Prairie View Panthers that are 1 and 2 and 0 and 1 in the conference race. The top 7 programs are Texas Southern at 1 and 1. They are 1 and 0 in the SWAC race with 159 points, and they stay at the 7th spot. Number 6 was Howard Bison, 2 and 1. At number 5 is Grambling State Tigers. At number 4 was Tennessee State Tigers. Number 3 was Hampton Pirates. And number 2 is Jackson State Tigers. And number 1 is Florida A&M Rattlers. Howard sits at 2 and 1. Grambling sits at 2 and 1. Tennessee State sits at 2 and 1. Hampton sits at 2 and 1, and Jackson State at 2 and 1, as well as FAMU. Of those 7, 5 of them were new entrants this week. After 5 teams fell out, we've never had that in the top 7 race, but there's always room for something new to take place. And that was Howard, Grambling, Tennessee State, Hampton, and Jackson State that jumped in the race, and Jackson State jumped all the way to number 2. It was fascinating because we have a top 5-7 matchup between number 2 and number 5. We'll talk about that in a little bit. We also have a top 7 matchup with Hampton and Howard, which is 3 versus 6. But let me give you the mid-major division, if you would. Teams that are receiving votes at the mid-major level were Elizabeth City State Vikings at 2-1, Fayetteville State Broncos at 1-1, Fort Valley State Wildcats at 1-1 and 1-1 in the conference race. Number 7, you have the Florida Memorial Lions that actually jumped into the poll ranks this week at a 1-1-1 record. Yes, there was a tie, and we talked about why that took place. At number 6, Shaw Bears are 2-1. They fall from the 3 spot. At number 5 is Virginia State Trojans at 1-1, remain there. At number 4 was Virginia Union that also remained in that ranking. You had at number 3, Virginia State. At number 3 is Winston-Salem State Rams, who are 2-1. And then you have Clark Atlanta Panthers that are 2-0-1. They tie with Florida Memorial. And at number 1, you have Johnson C. Smith Golden Bulls that are 3-0, that have a big matchup that create a top 7 matchup at the mid-major level when you have Winston-Salem State versus Virginia State, which is a 3-6 matchup. And you also have a Virginia Union traveling to Johnson C. Smith that gives us a number 1 hosting a number 4 team coming into the barn, if you would. With that being said, I wanted to kind of go outside of the rankings as we last left off. I wanted to go down with a matchup that I think is fascinating, frankly, and I'm not the one that usually drive on.
A game time, and I'm cracking up with coaches because we got the backstory of all the stuff. If you all really knew what went on in media day behind the scene, you would crack up. I have none other than legend in his own right, Coach George Ivory, Mississippi Valley State University. How you doing, Coach?
Doing good, Doc. How you doing?
I'm doing well. You wearing multiple hats now too, as well. Is that still the case?
Yes, sir.
How's that going?
It's going pretty good.
Oh, good.
It kind of grinding me a little bit more. You know, I can sit down. I got the management time a lot better now.
Yeah.
You know, and, concentrate more on the team, take hours out for that. So it's going good.
Good to hear. To hear. Glad that you continue to find ways to show your leadership in this league among that component of it. But with that being said, let's get into this basketball side of things.
Yes, sir.
Who did you bring with you?
Donovan Simons and Alvin Stretty.
Why did you select these 2 young men to be with you in terms of this great opportunity in Atlanta, the media?
Well, we look at leadership that starts with the players. But they are as basketball players are great also. They're great. They're probably, I would say, 2 of the top 10 players in this league. That's why I want to be seen and get out and really promote Mississippi Valley State first.
I didn't ask you this, but let me be a gracious host. How you doing?
Oh, I'm doing great. I'm doing great. How you doing?
I'm doing well, particular. I had to squeeze in lunch a little bit, but we wanted to make sure I was clean going on the air, so that's why we left before the young men. How is Atlanta treating you all?
It's treating us well. Good, good weather. It's fun
Hot
time.
Atlanta.
Yeah,
All right.
definitely hot. So it's been real good, real great experience here. Yeah, like you said, great weather. We just enjoyed ourselves here.
Hey, y'all looking sharp, bow ties.
I appreciate it, man.
Clean up well, brothers. Clean up well.
AJ on that one.
Yeah, shout out. There you go. Coach doing his thing. I see.
Come stay fresh every day.
Now we get some true insight. What has y'all excited about this season?
Really just got a lot of new pieces. We're really excited to see how we fit, how we gel together. we're gonna be real tough. We got a lot of length, but we're just really excited on how we're gonna play this season up.
Yeah. And you coach, back to you in terms of the season. Name a couple of other players that we can expect that you exciting, I believe should have a big season.
Well, we have Walter Hampton, got to play last for us. Have a newcomer, Arthur Tate, 6'6" guard. Have another 6'9" kid, Darian Salary, coming in. And like I said, I'm just so excited. Just trying to get shooters. This team really be exciting. We're gonna play a couple styles. I didn't say 40. I can't say 40 minutes of hell, so I said 39 and a half.
You gonna give them a lot of help.
Yeah. Yeah. Oh, yeah.
With that being said, let me go back to these young men in terms of that. What excites you about playing for Coach?
Just looking at Coach Ivory's history and his resume, it speaks for itself. Who wouldn't want to play for a coach like that? Just to fuck up the game. Especially playing the position I played. It's fun and exciting. To get the feedback. What I do wrong and just how he coaches me to be a good point guard.
I like it.
Yes, sir. Just piggybacking off what Don said, his history speaks for itself, and Coach, he really believed in us. He's one of those guys where he'll tell us, like, guys, I'll be better than what I was. He tells us that on a daily basis, and like I said, he just really believes in us, and he motivates us every day to just keep going and go get paid.
Y'all have a unique setup. You know, two young men that call the games for you. They went viral in terms of some excitement they bring to the table. I don't know how much of you all get to experience that because obviously you're on the court. But if not that, the fan support you get. Talk a little bit about how that makes you feel working to get it done in the home game.
The home games are very exciting. Like they show a lot of support, no matter the outcome. They support us whether we win or we lose. But the excitement of just the fans, like they're more excited for the season than we are. Like we go around the community, they ready for November the 4th, like they about to suit up. But just the excitement, the excitement of the fans, just the atmosphere. Like we just can't wait to put on for the city of
Yes, sir. And not only the fans, but the students as well. We have a really, really nice sized band. They bring a lot of energy. We feed off them, they feed off us. So we look forward to that energy.
You experience a lot of the different types of people SWAC in different places. Something about Valley in terms of what are your thoughts on that?
Well, we're trying to get back to what we used to be. Like you said, the game that went viral. After we won the game, that night, the body stayed outside and parted. We won the championship. So that just show you the excitement that they have for the university. And we're coming. I think that we were top 7 in attendance. That show you how they support us, even though we wasn't in the game. We're in a lot of games. Very exciting basketball. So I think it's going to lead to some great things. Like I said, we graduated 9 guys this past season, and you can feel it every day we go to practice. The atmosphere, we get the new jumbotron, we got the new turf. It's going to be a big field of excitement all the way around.
That being said, let's take it off the field a little bit and talk about the league. I'd love to hear your perspective again, not to travail. You've seen a lot. Now that we added the media, last year was in Houston, this year in Atlanta. The tournament moved to Atlanta, expanding to 10 members. Essentially, it's going to get to all 12. What are your thoughts in terms of specifically the media, a day in person being added to?
I think it's wonderful. I've been in this league a long time, almost 40 years.
Oh, wow.
But this is really beautiful to get the kids to come out, showcase their dress, attire, get a chance to stand in front of the media and talk. And I think that just leads to opportunities for them where they can look up one day and say, hey, they can follow Doc. They might want, we never know where this might take us to. And so, get opportunity to talk with you all was me. I think it's just great. It's just great to sit. People don't realize how hard your job is to sit and mic and talk all the time. You so used to the young men get a chance to do it.
Right.
Take the nerves out. It's big. I'm very excited, but I think you see the growth within the SWAC off the court with what you all do with Commissioner McCullough is doing SWAC office. So I mean, it's wonderful to get this because
Exactly.
it's gonna be big.
Young man, let me go back to y'all a little bit about how does media be for you? What type of experience can you share with us of today?
New experience. Very excited. We get to do something we haven't done before. My coach didn't get to get it out. Just we feel like we belong here. So we just kind of soaking it in. Soaking it. Just grateful to be here.
Yes, sir. It's been a great experience. We thankful that our coach allowed us to be here, and not only our teammates supporting us, but people at home. It's a lot of people at home that look up to us, and they're watching this, tuned in, and hopefully we're inspiration to a young kid that's trying to get somewhere in New York.
Good stuff. A couple more questions and
okay.
To around and finish these things as we on our own clock. Listen to this.
Yes,
With that being said, I alluded to it, but what were your thoughts in terms of the conference coming to Atlanta and expanding to?
I think it's gonna be great here in Atlanta. When you talk about hot Atlanta, a lot of things to do for students as well. Great opportunity to change up. I've seen it go everywhere,
right?
But like I said, with everything we headed to this with media day and I think it's one. I think 10 teams is great because it's hot at the stretch. So I think that's going to be wonderful. And I think with fan participation, start adding more teams. First day at least.
Yeah, and you also, as we alluded to earlier, you wear dual hats, so you have even more of a perspective of the showcase, what I'm calling for women on Thursday, and then the men get their individual game on Monday, and you have the dual on Saturday. What are your thoughts in terms of that? Obviously, imagine as the AD part that you had some say in that. But if not, tell me your thoughts on both sides, I guess, from a coaching perspective and an AD perspective.
Well, I think coaches, it's good. When you look at giving us opportunity to play on the night by ourselves, giving women the chance to play by themselves, to just not have your fans there so long through the week, So, the doubleheader on Saturday is going to be great as well. Get a chance to mix them back up. It's something new for us AD, same way. Whatever you think is good for the athletes. Something like this is outstanding.
No, I appreciate you and giving us the opportunity to talk about this basketball season. We look forward to it, and make sure you go back over there and say With that being said, we'll be right back after this break. We'll continue to do it. Young men continue to do what you want to show off. We look forward for you getting it done this season and showing off your talent in the basketball court. With that, we'll be right back after this.
Hey, grab me one too.
This is Brian Fulford. AD Drew and I are co-hosts of the BCSN Sports Wrap. We talk about all things related to HBCU athletics. From the games, teams, coaches, and fan interest stories, we cover it all. You can find our shows on Facebook at BCSN Sports Rap, YouTube at MyJBN Online, and everywhere you listen to podcasts like Anchor, Spotify, Google, and Apple Podcasts. You can also find the show on the Jericho Broadcast Network's app. Make sure to download. We look forward to you joining the conversation and being a part of the show.
This is the Dean of the College of HBCU Sports, Kenyatta Cavill of Dr. Cavill's Inside the HBCU Sports Lab with Mike Washington and Charles Bishop. Come mix it up in the lab where the course lecture is in session every Tuesday from 6 o'clock p.m. Central Standard Time on Facebook Live, YouTube Spreaker, or the BCSN app, as we discuss all things about the HBCU sports culture, including exploring the week that was in the sporting HBCU diaspora, as well as the upcoming week of HBCU sports. With me, the Dean, the College of HBCU Sports, on Dr. Cavill's Inside the HBCU Sports Lab with Mike Washington and Charles Bishop. Course lecture dismissed.
Choice Hotels is a family of brands that helps you get the most for your money so you can be any traveler you want to be.
You could be a free hot breakfast hero at a comfort hotel.
Yes!
That's how you waffle.
Mr. This script got a plot twist at a Radisson hotel.
A business big leaguer.
Go for key.
Even the ultimate pool float inflator.
With 22 brands and the best value for your money, Choice Hotels has a stay for any you. Book direct at choicehotels.com, where travels come true. Got to get the corners.
You're looking for the latest information on Southern University sports, the Southwestern Athletic Conference, and HBCU athletics. There's only one place to go. Tune in to the Carlos Brown Show, exclusive.
Cavill in Atlanta, hot Atlanta, for the 2024-2025 SWAC Men's Basketball Media Day. Here with Game Time. With that being said, I have none other than Coach Tony Madlock of the Alabama State Hornets and a couple of his players. With that being said, Coach, how you doing today?
I'm doing good, Doc. How you doing?
Oh, I'm doing great. Doing great. Excited about what this season entails. A lot of good basketball was played last year, and I imagine it's only going to get better. With that being said, who did you bring with you today?
Yeah, I got CJ Madlock. I think everybody knows his son, and then I got CJ Hines.
Yeah, that's great. Man, like I know you get this all the time. I don't even know how I can ask it in a different way. But since it was a year in the SWAC, let me ask you that. How was it playing for your dad, specifically as it pertains to the SWAC?
It's an experience. I've known him my whole life. So we click, we connect. We're thinking at all times. He pushes me more than anybody else, I feel like. So this is good.
With that, let me ask you from a different perspective. How is it to play for Coach Madlock?
It's a great feeling. Just knowing that you coach that you push you at the best. It's a good feeling. Compete and trying and
talk a little bit. We get in there last. Same thing. You both may have not have heard. How was it, Coach, your son, to be an extension of you with the players and the excitement of just coaching basketball year to year?
Yeah, it's been an experience, like TJ said. You never know how it's going to go. You know, your dad at all times, and then now you got to be his coach. You know, so you got to. I coach him hard. He understands that, but when you're one of the hardest workers in the team, he has respect for his teammates, and they understand. So when he walked in from day one, he had to prove that it wasn't just because I was his dad. He was going to be able to do the things that he does. So now he's done a great job.
Talk a little bit about the other pieces that are surround these two young men that are here. What does it mean for your goal for this season?
Yeah, well, one thing, we're really excited that we have 6 of our top 9 guys back. So that, how landscape of college basketball now, that's the when the transfer portal and everything that goes on with the different those guys back, and then we have 8 newcomers that we're really excited about. So we're excited about the process, about the road we're going forward. At the end of the day, we want a couple things. the season and win the tournament.
Yeah, you had a unique perspective because you coached in both of the Division I HBC leagues, formerly at South Carolina State and then moving over to Alabama State.
Yes.
Talk about the uniqueness or similarities between the leagues and that experience of having both sides of the card, if you would.
Yeah, well, first thing is both of them are really good leagues, and both the MEAC and the SWAC have really good coaches. You know, the one thing that I would say that's probably a little bit different in the SWAC is just that the toughness and how hard they play is probably a little bit different. But the coaches in the MEAC are really good, and you can't say anything about how good these coaches are in the SWAC.
Before we get a little bit more back into your side of the team, I'm always fascinated when we get a chance of those matchups. You don't see them often between the MEAC and SWAC. And you've seen some unique opportunities where they're playing in some classic type of games. And then sometimes you see it when it takes place on tournaments, if you would. What are your thoughts? Should there be more of those games? You're in a position in, I guess, the state of Alabama where there's some closeness, particularly with South Carolina State and maybe even Central, where travel may not be as big an issue if you're talking about Texas Southern and maybe Howard.
Well, I'm glad you brought that up because we are playing in the HBCU. It's going to be the Hall of Fame. Hall of Fame is doing it with Chris Paul.
Right.
And it's basically the SWAC versus the MEAC. So it's us and Grambling State from the SWAC versus Norfolk State and Delaware State. And we're playing that game in Connecticut in December. So that's going to be fun.
Yeah, you know, I have my eyes on it, and that's kind of what I was alluding to. So I just wanted to get your thoughts on that.
Yeah.
Let me ask you from a player's perspective. I know playing any opponent is fascinating. You look at the matchups and uniqueness, but just from the historical perspective and fans' interests of bragging rights from one conference to another, does anything come into play when you think about, particularly maybe for the Chris Paul Classic specifically, when you're going to play essentially against the MEAC?
I would say like he said, it's the toughness. It's the different toughness about HBCU teams, HBCU players. They just play with a different type of grit and grind. So I'm excited to play against the other HBCU conference and just kind of see, how we going to compete on the court.
Certainly. And your thoughts being able to play in the Chris Paul Classic, particularly when you're matching up against these MEAC teams?
Yeah, it's definitely a blessing to be able to be in that event. But really, we're not going to look at it any different. It's just going to be another game. We're going to go out and compete, play hard, and just try to get the win. So, yeah.
I like that coach is working. That coach speak. I like that when the players start to take on the extension, one game at a time. And Coach, let me ask you from your perspective. You hear that, but if you would share with the fans a little bit, what is the passion, the purpose? I know it's not just an empty thought. It's really a reason why you ask young men, in this case, to really focus on your task at hand. And then when that means the next game at hand versus maybe trying to make things bigger than what it needs to be.
Well, we talk about it all the time. Not only we talk about the next game, but we talk about the next play. As you heard playing a game, there's so many different things that happen in the course of a game, in the course of a practice, good and bad. And so we're always trying to get to the next play. So when you're talking about getting to the next game, hey, you won the game, of course. Hey, we're not going to be able to celebrate it for long. In college basketball, you're playing every 2 or 3 days. So now, hey, what do we do to get ready for the next one? Win or lose, you got to figure out how to get ready for the next one. So we always about what's next.
Makes sense when you look at it from that perspective, and I appreciate you sharing that additive component of it. Let's talk about your scheduling. What do you think this year in terms of, you talked about the Classic, but your non-conference schedule, how do you feel about that?
Well, feel good about it first, but that all the coaches that you're talking to are talking about how hard their schedule is because, one thing that we have to do is we play those money games. So, you have, 13 non-conference games, and you probably, everybody in this building is probably going to play, from 6 to 10 of those high major programs. So, but we're excited about it. We open up at UNLV. So anytime that you can get a chance to go play on some high major campuses, we got LSU, we got Cincinnati, we got Missouri. Nice. So we got some really good teams, man, that we're excited about playing because it gives our young men a different perspective. When you walk in that arena, you're going to Missouri and it's 15,000 in there. And you go to Cincinnati, and it's going to be loud. It's going to be really their crowd there is unbelievable. So it gives us an opportunity to kind of fight through adversity a little bit. When you go on the road, anytime you're already at a disadvantage, and then you're going to play a high major program. So, but we're excited about the schedule.
Young man, talk about media day. How has your experience been? What are your thoughts on everything? I know part of it you got to dress up. The other, when you take your pictures with your basketball uniforms, get to horse around a little bit if you allow me to use that frame with it. But how has the media day been, particularly here in Atlanta?
It's been good for me. This is my second one. I went to the one in Houston last year.
Yep.
So this is my second one. It's always a good experience, man, to see some different players around the conference, different coaches, get to talk to them a little bit, see where their heads at, you know what I'm saying? And it's been a good experience. So like you said, to dress up, to get in our jerseys for real for the first time before the season starts. It feels good to put it on, man, take some pictures and just have a good time. Talk about basketball.
Yeah.
You share yours?
So yeah, this is my first time at the HBCU Media Day, but I love everything about it. Just the interviews, the pictures, the red carpet, just meeting new people, new players, new coaches. Yeah, it's definitely a fun experience.
Good to hear. Good to hear. And that's in a lot of ways what it's about.
It is
giving young men an opportunity and building them up so they can have success as they move forward in the world. With that perspective, let me take it off the court a little bit and get your perspective. We've had some changes in the league. They shared their perspective of the media day. That was added to the SWAC. First year in Houston last year and this year in Atlanta. So give me a little bit about your thoughts on that, and then we'll get into some other off the field components as well.
Yeah, I think that most conferences have media day. You know, so for us to we need to fall right in line with all of the the mid majors, the high major programs, and the conferences that we want to feel like we're just as important as anybody else. So no, this is really good for us to again be able to dress up. Be able to guys put a suit on today. Be that, like you said, put the uniform on and just start to feel, because everybody's next week is starting official practice. Our first official day of practice next week. So we're getting into that basketball mode. And so we know it's been really good, and hopefully we can continue that.
No, you had a heck of a run at the end of the season last year to get in the tournament. Didn't stay in it as long as you wanted to play some good basketball, particularly at the end of the season. But what are your thoughts now that the SWAC is headed to Atlanta, a new marketplace, and then it's expanding the tournament to 10 teams versus just the 8 as it's been for a while, and eventually to get to all 12. Where were you on that?
I'm really excited about that. I understand that some of the reasons why it wasn't all 12 teams, but the conference tournament is an experience. It's an experience, everywhere. I've been a college coach for 28 years. And so you look forward to, as a player, as a coach, as a fan base, to go to the conference tournament. Now, you could have had the worst year ever, but now it's a new season. So you talk about, we talk about, you have the non-conference schedule, then you start the SWAC play, then you go to the SWAC tournament. And it's a whole new season. So it's people that teams that, you see upsets all the time.
That's right.
So, I think it's an opportunity and I'm really glad that we're getting to where all 12 teams can see it. So you have something else to play for, even though maybe your season wasn't going the way you wanted to. But I think that you get in there, and now it's the pressure's on. Just think about it. You're that top seed and you got to play the lower seed. That pressure's on that top seed. But so I'm excited about that, and for it to be in Atlanta. We have a lot of alumni in this area. We're only two hours away from Montgomery. So we're excited about this.
Yeah, I can see why. I love the decision personally. But let me ask you about this as well. Last question, and I know you got to make the additional rounds or move to the next thing. But in regards to the showcases, as I'm putting it, we moved women's on Thursdays, men on Monday. Both teams now have the opportunity to kind of showcase. You get the additional television opportunities for the women on Thursday, which means you can do some things additionally television-wise for men on Monday. You still have the Saturday matinee flavor for both. What were your thoughts on that move?
Again, it goes back into line we was talking about what most conferences do. Let's get in line. I think it's most times you don't see a lot of double hitters, and you don't see at the higher major programs doing double hitters. You don't see it at the mid-major level. So why are we doing it so long? But again, I understand the reasons why.
Right.
Yeah, we understand the reasons why. But I'm glad that the commissioner is seeing the vision of trying to expand and continue to make this league is just as good as any other league.
Certainly. With that, young man, give you a chance to kind of shout out to anybody you might want to. This is your floor and your time to do that.
Shout out my mom, shout out my sister, man, my whole family. Wish I was here with me, but you know how it is.
I just want to shout out my family. I love them. That's it.
It's something about the buzz and the Acadome.
Yeah, it is.
Final thing in there, talk about your fan support. When y'all get things going, that's a tough place to play.
Oh, it is. It is. We're really excited, man, about being able to showcase this team to Hornet Nation. We have great fan base. Our fan support is great. Dr. Ross and Dr. Cable have done a great job of making sure we got everything we need. So we're excited about the opportunity, man, to get back on campus, man, when we get to January and get the students on in there and get to going.
Good stuff. Yeah, President Ross is doing a lot of big things.
Yes.
Dr. Jason Cable is my man. Good guy. I work with him in a lot of parts.
Yes.
And make sure you tell him I said hello.
I will.
I'm gonna give him hell though. You know, both of them are mega men. I'm not gonna be an alpha, and I see you with your capital. We get down to do our things, but we can have fun.
That's right.
Picking on each other as well.
That's right.
So with that, I want to say thank you, Coach. Good luck this season. I look
you,
forward.
I appreciate
y'all
it.
get to Houston this year, or is it part of the trip that they're just coming?
They got to come to us this year.
So it's last year.
Yes.
So we want to see you on that. So maybe I have to find a way to
come on find
with
a way.
the team and get on there and come check it out because it'd be rocking over there.
That's right, man.
So with that, appreciate everything you do for the league, for the players, and just the community as well as the institution. Appreciate that. Keep up the great work.
Thank you for everything that you do. Thank you.
No doubt.
All right.
It's a pleasure seeing y'all, and look forward to seeing y'all get it done on the court. Y'all playing some very good basketball, and I like the way y'all handle that. So keep up the great work, and I'm looking forward to the season. Make it work.
Yeah, we appreciate it.
All right. With that, we'll be right back after this break, and we'll keep it. We're winding down. We have just a few left. And we'll get those to you as you want to hear your team. We're going to bring it to you right now, right then. With that, we'll be right back after this break.
Hey, grab me one too.
This is Ryan Fulford. AD Drew and I are co-hosts of the BCSN Sports Wrap. We talk about all things related to HBCU athletics. From the games, teams, coaches, and fan interest stories, we cover it all. You can find our shows on Facebook at BCSN Sports Wrap, YouTube at MyJBN Online, and everywhere you listen to podcasts like Anchor, Spotify, Google, and Apple Podcasts. You can also find the show on the Jericho Broadcast Network's app. Make sure to download. We look forward to you joining the conversation and being a part of the show.
Dr. Cavill here in Atlanta, hot Atlanta, for the 2024-2025 SWAC Men's Basketball Media Day, here with Game Time. And we have none other than legendary coach, Prairie A&M University coach Byron Smith. Coach Smith, how you doing?
Doing well, Dr. Cavill. Yourself?
I'm doing well. I would say to you that look like you still in your playing weight, but my understanding, I don't know how many people may know, you actually do still play in a 50-plus league. And you're winning championships at that level.
And leading the league in scoring. And let me correct you there, Dr. Vill. It's a 35 and over league. I just happen to be a 50-plus-year-old that's able to.
So actually they're allowing 35 players and you giving them work like that?
Absolutely.
I like this. This is going to be good. This is a good one. Tell me who you brought with you and why.
I brought two guys that are not quite at my level as basketball players, but they're growing. I have Orlando Horton Jr. here, which is a sophomore returning point guard. And we have Evan Williams, grad transfer from Cornell, the prestigious Cornell University by way of Dallas, Texas, who's a power forward / center on our 24-25 roster.
Awesome. How has Atlanta been treating you?
Atlanta's been treating me very well. I love it.
It's beautiful out here. I love it, man.
Good stuff. With that being said, we got to get into this conversation. We're going to get into some more serious about this part of the season and your expectations. But I'm hearing at practice that coach not only coaches you in terms of what needs to do, but he can provide some examples.
Oh,
He,
yeah, yes,
he
sir.
says his
Yes,
game
sir.
is better than yours. Is that accurate?
Nah. That
He's
one
not here, so
accurate.
you can tell us the
Nah,
truth.
that part not accurate. But yeah, Coach Smith, he's like our energy guy in practice for sure. He don't want us calling him old, but for his age, he has a lot of energy and he brings it every day. So that's kind of like our energy guy for practice for sure.
I love it. Your thoughts?
Absolutely. I mean, coach, he's straight energy. You know, he brings it every day. It's something that we need. He pushes us to a different level, a level that we have never seen, that I personally haven't seen yet. So that's something I do respect. However, yeah, he can still hoop. I'll admit it. He still got a little game.
The best thing about that is he always tell us he makes sure he's still able to do it because he don't want to tell us something and he's not able to do it. So
that's real talk.
He does everything. Like if he say he does it, he does it. He'll make sure he show us. So it's not like he just talk. He'll put his actions behind.
It can be done.
Yes, sir.
I have to ask you this question. I happen to be a Prairie View A&M alum. I work at the rival school, Texas Southern University. So you see a lot of weird stuff there going on, and you'll see be like, what's this guy? Can he make up his mind?
Yes, sir.
But my son is front row. We get front row seats. So we're there to really push you all, support you all, and really just to see what you do on the court.
Yes, sir.
With that being said, as Coach alluded to, prestigious Ivy League institution in the Ivy League, and now you come into the SWAC HBCU League in Texas. You're from Texas, but why Prairie View and why the SWAC?
So yeah, I spent the last 4 years at Cornell. You know, the Ivy League, the East Coast, those Princeton style offices. You know, it was a great experience up there. But you know, I graduated. They don't allow grad transfers, so
That's true.
I hit the portal. Coach Smith reached out to me. I took a visit, and man, I really love the culture down there. And you know, maybe the last season didn't go too well for them, but you know, it was something about his message that, you know, really got to me that, you know, this year is going to be different, that, you know, we're on a different path this year. So it's something that really caught my attention. I really respected it.
I appreciate you sharing that perspective, and I'm sure a lot of folks out there are really intrigued about that insight. Let's go back to you, Coach, in terms of some other guys that individuals can look forward to seeing what they may be able to get done this season.
I will start off with Marcel Bryant, the 6'7" transfer from Omaha, University of Omaha, Nebraska. But he's in the Round Rock, Austin area, so he's a Texas kid, kind of a little bit under the radar coming out of high school, but a physical specimen, like I said, 6'7", 230, 235. I think the biggest thing with him, he's going to have to make a choice if it's going to be basketball or football, because I could see him putting his hand in the ground here in a few years and being in the NFL. I think you see that the NFL is kind of going to that model where they're getting basketball players, athletic guys that have size, they can move, got really, really good feet. So yeah, he's intriguing prospect that we brought in. Nick Anderson is someone else. Graduate of Clear Creek High School out of League City, went to St. Thomas for 2 years, had a really good career there. Now making the step up to the Division I level. Really been pleased with his production in the summer and in the first few weeks of fall camp. So really expecting some exciting things from Nick Anderson, a 6'4" two guard. Also Jordan Tillman, a grad transfer from Florida A&M, Southern Indiana.
Wow.
Now to Prairie View, back to the SWAC by way of Pine Bluff, Arkansas. 6'2" combo guard that's really tough and physical, which is something that we lacked last year. I don't think we had the toughness. You were in most of our games. I thought we had some talent, but we didn't have toughness. So I think we've got a great mixture of both this year. And Jordan Tillman is leading us just with his effort, his intensity, his enthusiasm, and he just brings it every day. So I could go on down the line, Dr. Ville, with a lot of guys, but those are the guys that have kind of stood out thus far. In terms of catching our eye and doing some things that we think can kind of get us back to the top of this league, which is the goal.
Obviously, your intensity in terms of the love for the game, I would say, if you allow me to do that, particularly in terms of how you coach and your expectation. If you would share with a little bit of where that comes from and why that could be important in terms of a success of a team, as you coach championship teams as well and played in terms of getting a championship as well.
Yeah, I think I'd be remiss if I didn't, talk about the, the impact that, God has in my life. And obviously blessing me with a vision and a focus for this game at a very young age. My mom introduced the game to me, and I'm eternally grateful to her for doing that, being a single mom with a very difficult job of raising a young boy, but introduced me to the game at a young age. And God obviously allowed me, like I say, to know where my true passion was. This is my divine assignment. I always say this is what God has given me. So I take it very, very seriously. And I think sometimes when you see me on the sideline, I kind of act as if I'm still playing with my enthusiasm, my energy, my mannerisms. But it's all to the good. It's all a show of appreciation for this great game, greatest game in the world to me. And it's just done so much for my life, opened up so many doors, allowed me to travel the world, and it really established some great relationships throughout my lifetime. And I'm anticipating more great relationships because of this great game that we all are fortunate to be a part of.
I've got a chance to enter in some meaningful conversation with you in terms of your growth, both spiritually and diet.
Yes, sir.
Which I lean on in terms of making that transition. Talk a little bit about how you share that with your team and why that is important to understand. Just as much as you want to feel good, and it's also important to kind of get your mind right spiritually, wherever that needs to be. But a lot of us may be there, but even more important to some degree, or just as important at least, is understanding your body as a temple and why you need to take care of it. Can you share that?
Absolutely. I think you're right. The body is the temple. You only have one of them, and you're going to get out of it what you put in it. And I think once you really understand what your body requires for you to be at an optimum level, to be able to go out and to be able to produce and get the results that you're seeking, and that people that are investing an opportunity in you are seeking, you start to become wiser and making better choices. We talk about in terms from a nutritional standpoint, you have a lot of guys that do a lot of running and do a lot of conditioning, but they have bad diets, right? And so that's half the battle. To be the total person, that's what we focus on, the total student athlete, the total person, the total young man, and you have to check a lot of the boxes. So we talk about eating for performance as opposed to eating for comfort. Most people eat for comfort. They eat the foods that make them feel good, right? But it may not always be good for you. You have health issues and things like that. So to be able to go out and to be able to produce at this Division I level, it's more than just, being in shape. Your body has to be able to respond and be able to recover, and you have to be hydrated and things like that. So once I learned, the importance of doing that, it changed my life, and that's why I'm able to still run around and be pretty impactful in these old man leagues, like Orlando says. But there's some young guys in there too, Dr. Cavill, that are getting this smoke. Okay, I don't smoke, but I give smoke. Okay, so but I talk to my players about the importance of understanding your body and making sure that you're doing everything to go out and be able to perform at a high level. And that requires nutrition and having an understanding of what it takes for your body to be able to respond.
Guys, let me go back to you, because that has to be a unique position. Obviously, you've read, you've seen, you understand the importance of nutrition. But as a young person, oftentimes you may be able to get away with some food and meals that as you mature, you can't. But hearing and seeing the success of nutritional diets, how has that maybe played in your routine of, if not totally making the change now, of starting to understand how nutrition can really help you get to your ultimate in many places that you want to go?
Yeah, with Coach Smith, it's like if you don't eat right, you're not going to make it at Prairie View, because the way we practice hard every day. Is no breaks, and is our hard is full speed. It's not, oh, you can coast, you can do this. So if you don't eat right, you will feel it and you will know. So after a while, if you steady eating wrong, you're going to have to eat right. You should have to. It's not an option.
I appreciate that. Your thoughts?
I agree. I mean, with our style of play, we play extremely fast. And for myself personally, my goal has been to lose a little bit of weight, to improve my conditioning. So I have made that change. I have cut out, sugary drinks, less white bread. I've been trying to eat lean meats, more fiber intake, more vegetables, because all those little things matter at the end of the day. Because like Coach said, you eat for performance, and we're trying to perform at a high level.
Mm-hmm.
But yeah, whatever you put in your body, it really matters. So yeah, if you want to be at the top, you got to make that sacrifice. So I appreciate what Coach says.
Well, I appreciate you all, man, testifying and telling that story, because you never know who you're going to touch out there in terms of them understanding that, and playing in a game that requires intensity. As fans, I don't think sometimes we quite understand what that looks like, right? And we like to think so. Even if we were having to play a while back, we forget what that meant. And as things change, you learn more. And even though a different framework of the games take place, what people put in is a lot. And I imagine those margins for victory can be small in different areas.
Absolutely.
So that nutrition can be the difference in terms of reaching the ultimate goals that you want to achieve. So I want to say thank you for partaking and really giving me some insight and giving some clarity. It means a lot. Coming back to you, Coach, let's take it off the court a little bit and get your thought process. You always give some great insight. I had the pleasure, as I said, talking to you about many things, sat at the table with you, and you actually have played a role in a young man that is having some great success. And he attributed part of that success, if not a lot of that success, at least what he told me directly. And I know who you are, modest, and you don't want to do that. But in regards to him understanding the efforts, physically that a lot of us do, but also nutritionally. Now he's coaching with the Atlanta Hawks, and he has some great experience. Please share with everybody the young man's name, representing Prairie View, representing his family and himself, and coming out of this historic basketball program.
Yeah, thank you for that, Dr. Phil. His name is Reggie Onwakamuche. He finished in the 2014-15 season. A phenomenal story. And I encourage him, and he's extremely modest and super humble in his upbringing. But I tell him that you got to get this story out there, and the fact that he didn't play any high school basketball, right? He went to Dulles High School, played no high school basketball. He's Nigerian descent. His mom, they moved back to Nigeria for work, and he was there the entire 4 years. He came back to the States, finished up high school here at Dulles, went to a community college for a couple of years, and Prairie View found him. And very raw, not a lot of skills. I happened to come in at the same time as an assistant coach, and we, worked together. And I think the two greatest things you can give young people is love and confidence, right? Help them with their confidence, and that's what we did. Put a lot of work in. He goes from being an unknown to being the defensive player of the year in the SWAC, an all-conference guy his senior year. Gets drafted into the G League, goes there and play. Wasn't quite probably what the NBA was looking for at that time, because he's a defensive player and his offense was slowly coming, but spent 6-7 years in the G League and then ended up getting hired in the G League to coach. And, he worked with Milwaukee. He and Giannis got it to bang a little bit. I think Giannis was very super excited about his influence on Giannis's game and being a practice dummy and battling Giannis. and now the Atlanta Hawks have hired him as an assistant coach. So I'm so proud of him. There's been a lot of young men that I've had an opportunity to work with, but just from where he came and just the humility. But he's so quiet about it. But I told him, I say, man, I'm going to buy the rights to your story.
That's right.
And I'm going to tell it. Right. And I want to let the world know. But obviously, because I'm involved in it, and you're right, I don't want to make it about me as much as I want to make it about what Prairie View did for this young man and just his hard work, his dedication, his commitment, to his craft. Now he's out doing great things, and we're super proud of him as a Prairie View alumnus.
If you allow me, I'd like to partner on that. We can make this happen. I have some young people that actually did some projects with them, and we may start it there and see if we can pick it up.
Absolutely.
And do a little small part of it and see what that can do, translate to even make it a bigger thing. So
absolutely,
we'll work on that and partner for sure. As I know your time is valuable, want to make sure allow you to move on, but I'd be remiss if I didn't ask you your thoughts in terms of some of the league moves. Obviously, this media session moving from Houston now in Atlanta has been significant in a lot of ways. What are your thoughts on that?
I think it's great. I think, I'd be remiss if I didn't give Commissioner McClellan his flowers and his staff with the Dina Pooler. Brian Hicks, those individuals have done a great job in moving our league forward. Birmingham was very welcoming to us. They were very, very hospitable to us. But I think coming here to Atlanta, because Atlanta's booming now. I mean, it's like Atlanta, it's like the LA of the South, you know.
Right.
Obviously with the entertainment industry, the film, with Tyler Perry, who I was actually looking for when I got here, because I've got a script. I wrote a script for myself in one of his shows, and but dadgummit, he was out of town this weekend, but I got to get this script to him because I really think I have a future.
We got to make this work.
I have a future in film too, I think, Dr. Cavill. But anyway, just being here with in Atlanta right now, it's just the Hawks obviously are starting to move. The Falcons are having some excitement. The Atlanta Dream, I think they made the playoffs. So it just kind of seems like this is a perfect time to have a college event here in the great city of Atlanta. That I think it's going to be met with a lot of excitement, enthusiasm, and you just want to be one of the 10 teams that's going to be here come March, because I think it's going to be a great time. I think it's going to be a great event, and really excited about us being here in Atlanta moving forward.
Last question is what I'm calling the Thursday showtime for the women, which means on Monday the men will have their own place to get it done. You still have your Saturday matinee with both of them. Right. What are your thoughts in terms of the new format?
I think it's great. I think it's good. I think we both have earned the right to have our independence and to be the only show on that particular night. I think with the excitement and how the WNBA has moved forward, and Commissioner Silver and the NBA has really helped to make that something that's paramount and something that's very important. I think with the attendance of the WNBA now, it's like in the comments, I think, are bidding for a franchise. I think I saw that yesterday with
bringing it back.
Mr.
Portland
Petito.
just came back.
I mean, I think the women's game has carved out its own niche, and I think that they have earned the right to be on center stage and not have people that would say, hey, you know what, we'll get there for the last 6 minutes of the women's game because we really want to watch the men's game. No, these young ladies have done great things, and they've raised the profile of their game. So I think it's great that the conference has gone to that format. And I just think that it's just something that we have earned the right to be able to be the main show in that particular night. So I'm really excited about it.
Well, I look forward to your acting career. I don't know if y'all get to see this side of Coach all the time. We don't always get to see this on the outside, so I'm sure folks don't realize just how sincere and how fun he could be, because you're often so serious, which is the part of the business. But when you get a chance to build authentic relationships, you get to see another side of her at time. And I appreciate you all for sharing them, and you all being here. Hopefully you had a great time, and we look forward to the season. You continue to do the work, and we look forward to making sure we showcase it in various ways.
Yes, sir. Thank you for having us.
Thank you, Coach.
Dr. V, always a pleasure. You do a great job, and you're definitely a pillar in our community in terms of your show, and just being loyal to Prairie View. It's been great to me personally as a head coach there. So we really appreciate what you're doing, and God bless you, and want continued good things to happen for you and your family.
Appreciate that. It means a lot, and it's easy to do it behind a coach like yourself. Easy to support, particularly because you welcome in and have a part of it. With that, we'll go to this next break. We'll come back on the side. I think we still got another one we better get in here, and we'll get those guys in here as they rolling. I think Alabama A&M is next. With that being said, we'll be right back after this break.
Choice Hotels is a family of brands that helps you get the most for your money so you can be any traveler you want to be.
You could be a free hot breakfast hero at a comfort hotel.
Yes!
That's how you waffle. Mister, this script got a plot twist at a Radisson hotel. A business big leaguer. Go for key.
Even the ultimate pool float inflator.
With 22 brands and the best value for your money, Choice Hotels has a stay for any you. Book direct at choicehotels.com, where travels come true. Got to get the corners.
Human Voice has always connected audiences with experiences. Major brands all across America have trusted Kever's voice time and time again. Conversational, Powerhouse, intelligent and sincere. That's the voice you need for your creative marketing process. KEAVERSVOICE.com. Kever's Voice, Kever's Voice, KeversVoice.com. Always on, all the time.
Since 2002, Empowerment Resources, Inc., a nonprofit organization, has empowered more than 1,500 youth and adults in Duval and surrounding counties through its programs Journey into Womanhood, Girls Mentoring, Life Skills for Teens, and Parenting Education Coaching. To get involved with programs, volunteer, or donate, visit www.empowermentresourcesinc.org. Follow us on social media, facebook.com/empowerment.resources and instagram.com/empowermentJAX.
Troy, you work here? I'm never not working. Like Head & Shoulders Scalp Shield technology, up to 100% dandruff protection, even between washes. Never not working. Never not working. Never ever not working. Head & Shoulders Scalp Shield, never not working.
When you're looking for the latest information on Southern University sports, the Southwestern Athletic Conference, and HBCU athletics, there's only one place to go. Tune in to the Carlos Brown Show, exclusively.
This is Dr. Ville inside the HBC Sports Lab here in Atlanta. Hot Atlanta, they say it is. We're here with Game Time presented by BCSN, the Sports Network, here for the 2024-2025 SWAC Men's Basketball Media Day. And wrapping things up, but we have Coach Otis Hughley of Alabama A&M University with two players to tell us what he thinks about this upcoming season. Coach, how you doing?
All right. Too blessed to be stressed.
I like it. I like it. And it's certainly true. With that being said, talk about who you brought with you.
Chad Moody, local student athlete from the Gwinnett area, Grayson High School. Give Grayson High School a shout out.
Go ahead. You can shout him out.
Shout out Rams, go Rams, you know what I'm saying, defending champions. Soon to be back to back.
A little pride there.
Yeah. And then you got a young man from Nova Scotia, Canada.
All right. Nice. International.
Lorenzo Downey.
Yes, sir.
Quintarius.
Yes, sir, Canada.
Yeah, one of our 6 or 7 international students made the conference all tournament team. So we're excited freshman year, and I think they've been nominated for possibly first or second team this year.
Absolutely. Chad Moody, first team SWAC, Alabama A&M, getting it done. Let me ask you all first and come back and we'll talk a little bit about that international flavor. I know when they brought you in, one of the things about was your vast experience, not just in terms of basketball and state, but internationally. But young men, let me ask you, how has Atlanta treated you?
I mean, I'm not really from Atlanta, but I mean, yeah, Georgia as a whole, they've treated me nice. I've been here my whole life. Grayson area for 17 years.
Okay.
So
how's Atlanta treated you today, this week?
Atlanta probably my favorite city, I could say.
Yeah, they went to Waffle House this morning.
I got in the Waffle House. Smart to do. Let me get back to you, Coach, in terms of talk a little bit about that international connection.
Mm-hmm.
You know, how did that become an opportunity for you?
Well, early on, I coached USA basketball. Back when DJ Augustine, KD was going into their senior year.
I remember that.
Brooke Lopez, his brother Robin, Greg Oden, those guys.
Yeah, Texas, Stanford.
Yeah. And then I coached the global games. And then from there, Chinese Taipei, and then China, men and women, and then Nigeria, women, and then now Senegal. Coaching Senegal. We just finished the tournament in Kigali, Rwanda, Africa. And so we're excited about building those relationships globally. Because you can go to A&M, start in A&M and go anywhere.
Yeah, go anywhere. That's right, anywhere in the world. I like that. My wife is an Alabama A&M graduate, so I have a lot of love for Alabama A&M. Thank you. Yeah.
Oh, yeah.
Many people say the best thing that ever happened to me was
right.
the fact that I found her while I was working in Decatur, Alabama, Huntsville, Alabama, from that area. So
That's where a lot of that reverence is there for. But I'd imagine if we take it off course just a little bit in terms of the Olympics and seeing what the teams did out of Africa, both on the men's and women's side, I'm sure there was a bit of pride in seeing that, having those experiences, establishing, working with them, and seeing, even though now you're at the college level, seeing the fruition of what is taking place.
Yeah, one of my girls just signed from Nigeria. She just signed with the Atlanta Dream, going to play in this building.
Absolutely. That's right.
And
That's right. I saw it.
And they won 2 games in the Olympics, and I'm so proud of those young ladies. And then hopefully we're developing a group of young ladies now that's going to even exceed that.
Oh, that's amazing. That's amazing. Well, let's get back to the Bulldogs. That's what everybody here in terms of wants to see. I'll talk about a couple of other players that are going to work with these young men to get some things done this season.
Well, we had a young group last year, and
That's
that
right.
was by intention. And they could have finished 9-2 down the stretch last year had we not lost some close ones to some really good teams, because there's no night off in this league. We got a couple of guys coming back along with them.
Okay.
AC Bryant is coming back, played some meaningful minutes last year. Chad, shout out. Who else you think might can help you? You
From last year's team?
Yep.
Well, you already said AC. And then Dylan McLean.
Yeah.
He come back.
Eric Lee.
3, Eric Lee. Let me shoot.
Everybody else is fairly new, right?
That's what I'm saying. We have a whole new team apart from that.
Yeah, we had some kids sit out. So
okay.
Clance, Crosby,
Bilal.
Lou.
No, that's transfer.
And Bilal, who went to Norcross. Took
Okay.
him to the Final Four here locally 2 years ago. And then Aaron Smith. Aaron Smith is a 2-time state championship at Kell High School. So those guys were with us last year. We got some guys that are coming in that are really new. You'll learn their names pretty quickly, I think.
I like that. Know that you got the transfer portal thing that's out there. A lot of folks do the JUCO route as well. But I found you going back to these high school, the development. I'm sure part of it is your background. But it seems like not only are you bringing in those high school players, but they've come with a lot of winning attitude and championship level expectation deep in the tournament. I imagine it's purposeful. Share a little bit more about that.
Very purposeful, because you gotta people look at the impact that the portals had in the adverse way. They list them, they bullet point them. But how it can help you is it leaves out a lot of some of the really, really good high school players who normally would go ACC, SEC. They're being replaced by the portal players.
Gotcha.
So there's going to be more available than there would have been. You go after those kids, provide them an opportunity, and perhaps they'll use your place as a springboard to go on other places. Or you could be blessed enough to have young men like Chad Moody, who's going to make that the place that everybody wants to
finds
come.
a day home. That's
Yeah,
right.
yeah.
That's right.
He turned down a few NIL deals along with Dalen Smith.
Okay.
So we got a couple of kids that are really, really good. And this league has become a lot better than people give it credit for. I mean, there's no night off. So the guys we bring back, despite them being young, they've got meaningful minutes. Hopefully with the influx of some of the international kids that we brought in, they'll complement each other well enough that we can play real well when it matters most.
What's the difference when you talk about that international experience playing in the college game? Does that mean that you create a play offensive or defensive play scheme differently? Or is it about them melding into what you're already planning to get done?
Well, some of both. Historically, a lot of people don't know, but John McClendon, when Converse was really big, they would go abroad and teach
right.
the game.
Yeah, absolutely right.
And he
Very
tried to, he tried to tell everyone. John McClendon worked for Dr. Naismith. Ben Joe worked for John McClendon.
That's right.
I worked for Ben Joe.
There it
so
is.
there's a direct lineage there. So I understood early that the lane was a trapezoid. Everyone that got taught the game abroad learned to face the basket.
Right.
I.e. Dirk, i.e. the young man that said Dallas, and a host of others.
Right.
It was only 10 back when Petrovic was in the league. Now half the league is from around the world.
Yeah.
Well, with that said, Draymond Green and Steph Curry has revolutionized the landscape of how the game is played. And if you watch NBA basketball and college basketball, it's taken on the identity and personality of the way Europeans play anyway, which John McClendon prophesied and predicted a long time ago.
And pushed it, and people just wasn't ready.
They wasn't ready, and they didn't understand. He's the person that Dean Smith got the four corners from and the fast break from. So we're just coming full circle, trying to be right there where the game is and put in place people who do that naturally. It's funny. 8 years ago, the only president my son knew was Barack Obama.
Right.
Well, the only basketball that they know is the way it's played today.
Yeah, great point. Really good point. Let me go back to you, Moody. 4 years staying here, making Alabama A&M. Like you said, you had an opportunity. Folks come for you, but you chose to stay with Alabama A&M, stay with Coach. Tell us a little bit more about that and why.
Last year, coming in as a true freshman, I committed to school because I knew I had an opportunity to play meaningful minutes. So at first, non-conference, I didn't play as much as I expected, kind of down on myself. But then once I started getting the rhythm and started playing better, and Coach O being on me about it, I just bought into the system and then figured my way throughout the SWAC as well when conference play started, and it led to me becoming the freshman of the year and
awesome.
And then impacting the team in a great way. But now, just choosing to stay, there wasn't really no shocking like school is like, oh, I gotta go there, or I go one of the schools I really want to go to. So, A&M was the best option for me. And I feel like we have a great team coming back. We can win SWAC and possibly make some noise in the tournament. I believe we can.
That's where it starts. Let me ask you in terms of transferring in, particularly international. Why Alabama A&M, and thus far, how has been your experience?
Honestly, my pickle to get to D1 was kind of difficult because I got hit with COVID, so I didn't get to write my SAT or anything. So I had to wait essentially coming out of high school to go to a D1. So I had to go JUCO, and then I stayed JUCO 2 years. And after that, I decided to go to A&M solely off of the point of 9 transfer guys leaving and a new coach staff coming in. So I was trying to find somewhere where I could go in and try and be effective right away, and where I don't have to wait or, try and put in a lot of work to get into a position where I could see myself.
Certainly appreciate the thoughtfulness in terms of that, and what does it mean as people see the game and move around, but how much thought and thinking part of the game that goes in there and how you grow that. With that being said, let me take it off the court a little bit and get your thoughts in terms of the league overall. Some changes have taken place, and so we kind of asked all the coaches their general thoughts on that. Obviously, starting last year with the addition of the media day, started in Houston, now it's in Atlanta. What were your thoughts in terms of that addition to the league?
Dr. McClendon and his staff, he's unbelievable. I just hope we can keep him.
Yeah.
His, where there's no vision, the people perish. And
Yes,
he
sir.
has a vision that, and this is part of it. You see it living out today, fleshing out today. And
that's right.
He's done an unbelievable job. And his attitude is irreproachable with respect to growing this league and in all sports. And he wakes up ready to go. You can tell. You just you judge a tree by its fruit. And I can see the fruit. And I'm excited to be a part of it. And anything we could do as a team and a program to help it grow, and we're going to do that.
No doubt. Now, talking about tournament in Atlanta, 10 teams moving from that. What were your thoughts in terms of the growth? Ultimately, it's going to go to all 12 teams. Give some insight and where you were in terms of that as that decision was being made.
No, when it was 8, it really made you, stay focused the whole time.
Good.
It really made you make every game goal-oriented, because your goal was to make postseason.
Mm-hmm.
Now that's still the case, but it gives you a little room to breathe. And I'm glad to see other teams have the opportunity to make it, because, Texas Southern proved that, You know,
That's
eight
true.
could be the
AC,
one.
yeah.
8 could be the one to go to the tournament, and then
won in the tournament. So you're right.
Exactly. And then last year
Talk
we
about the
were
quality of the league.
exactly. And last year we were 7th, and we
That's
played
right.
Alcorn, and so 10 can beat 1.
Yeah.
It doesn't matter because there's no night
Not
off
off.
in this league. Every game's tough. So at the postseason point, it's who's playing the best basketball.
Good deal. Good deal. Last one in terms of question is I'm calling it the Thursday showcase for the women. Now the monthly men have their own platform in terms of that. You still have your doubleheader matinee, if you would, in terms of Saturday. What were your thoughts of how that may benefit to the league as well?
Well, I think it you get to play earlier, so you come home early. It gets to save you money that next day. You don't have to stay in the hotel the next night if it's not as far as it normally is. I know that's one pro for doing it. Other than that, I haven't really put a whole lot of thought into it because, I'm
focused.
I'm focused on just the basketball. I don't really know about that logistic stuff.
I get it. And nothing's wrong with that. Focused folks oftentimes are successful because they put that type of energy in terms of what do they want to accomplish. With that being said, thank you for everything you're doing for these young men, the institution, in terms of us moving forward. I'll add this as missed you this year as the Texas teams will be going to Alabama, and y'all don't return the trip. So I might have to find a way to get back out there to see that matchup because it's always fascinating. With that being said, young men, I'll give you a chance to do a shout out to whoever you want.
I just want to shout out my family, and then also shout out my teammates back at A&M.
Certainly.
I'm going to shout out my teammates at A&M, my family back in Nova Scotia, Preston community, Dartmouth.
Appreciate what you all do for the SWAC, what you've done for Alabama A&M, and continue to work. Look forward to this season as y'all make it work and get down. We look forward to some good play in the league. Thank you, Coach.
All right. Go Bulldogs.
Go Bulldogs. With that being said, we'll take a next break. See if we can line up an interview. We're coming down the stretch, and we're going to make sure we get it in. With that, we'll be right back after this commercial break.
It's never too early to plant the seed, to share the tradition, and instill a sense of pride in your HBCU with your little ones. HBCU Pride and Joy Children's Boutique helps you share your school spirit with a wide selection of adorable kids apparel and accessories officially licensed from your favorite HBCU. Visit hbcupridejoy.com and follow us on all social media at HBCU Pride Joy on Facebook and Twitter.
Supermarket sushi, really?
No. Wait, Troy, you work here?
I'm never not working. Like Head & Shoulders Scalp Shield technology, up to 100% dandruff protection, even between washes.
Never not working, huh?
Oh, Troy, you're such a good teacher.
Yeah, I know. Never not working. Never not working. Never, ever not working.
Are you serious?
Never not working. Dandruff protection that's never not working. Head & Shoulders Scalp Shield technology.
Hey, grab me one too.
Charmin Ultra Soft has so much cushion.
This is Dr. Cavill with Game Time here in Atlanta, hot Atlanta, BCSN Network, bringing you the 2024-2025 SWAC Men's Basketball Media Day, and I have none other than head men's basketball coach Soloman Bozeman of the University of Arkansas Pine Bluff. Golden Lions, those Golden Lions, showtime. Coach, how you doing today?
Doing pretty good, man. Blessed to be here.
It's good to have you. Who'd you bring with you?
Trey John Ware, he's our senior. And then Zach Reinhardt, Jr.
Young man, you're looking sharp.
Appreciate it.
Looking the part, looking good. How has Atlanta treated you?
Atlanta's been good. Got some good eats out here, so
It's been fun.
Good.
Yeah,
And you?
He's been treating us good. Food was good.
Look at it. He looking at himself, looking at the pictures. We got you. We're gonna take care. We're gonna make sure we get the good side.
Trust me, he like looking at himself. just go follow him on Instagram, Tricky Trey.
Tricky Trey. Trey, I got you. You got a new fan. I'm following you. With that being said, Coach, tell us some other pieces of the puzzle that you bring together this year to plan to get some good things done during the season.
With Trey, like I said, Trey and Zach, they are two leaders. They've been in the program for over 3 years. And Robert Lewis is another guy that's a junior that's been in the program for 3 years. So they know how I am. They know how I coach. They know how aggressive I am. So they know what it looks like. And then we add 3 Division I transfers with Clement Booger, Quinn Bolden, and Christian Moore. That's going to help tremendously just because of what they've done. And, they've seen what it looks like at this level. And then we added a D2 transfer, Matthew Spears. We've also added some junior college guys, Kyle Brown, Anthony Salyers, Donte Sawyer. And then we added some freshmen as far as some freshmen, man. It's gonna be pretty good, man. Like their upside and their talent level is pretty good. So we're excited about the team we have. We lost a lot, but I love this group that we have coming back. That's coming in because I think we're gonna be a better team, a balanced team, especially on that offensive end of the floor.
No doubt. When you look at that, obviously you talked about bringing in players that understand the style. I call it passion. You coach with a lot of passion.
Right.
If you would allow me to get inside that a little bit, where do you attribute that coming from in regards to the intensity and the passion that you coach with?
Man, I just been around the game all my life. My father, he just retired, but he's coached for over 40 years.
Congratulations.
So I appreciate
to him.
it. Yeah, man, it's a blessing, man. And it's
No
even
doubt.
more of a blessing, man, to have him around, man. He's able to come to our practices and he's able to, tell us what, we can be better at. So there's nothing like
That's
having a OG, man, somebody that I love is able to come to practice, man, and give us his knowledge. And so that's where my passion comes from, man. My father, man, I've been a part of high-level practice, man, especially when he was at Ole Miss. They went to the Sweet 16, man. They just had a bunch of dogs. So, man, that's why I coach with so much passion, man. And then just my mom, man, she's my rock, man. She's done so much for me. So,
That's right.
Right now, man, I'm just on a mission.
I know you are. While coach is on a mission, I'm sure you all on a mission too. So let me get to you all and talk about playing under coach. How that experience and why has it worked for you?
Playing under coach been a blessing. Coach really, Coach Solo's really one of the first coaches that is 100% transparent with everything, good or bad. And, there's blessings in that. I don't have to second guess on how I should be playing or, what I should or shouldn't be doing. And I think it's fairly easy to play for Coach Solo. And I always know he got my back, no matter what, thick or thin, as long as I'm on playing for UAPB, playing for Coach Solo, I know I got a dog in my corner. So, man, it's a blessing.
Can't beat that. For those out there, let me ask you, how you doing? I know they may not understand. Obviously, we're giving you an opportunity to sit down. You came in a little bit in terms of the crutches. I don't want to put too much of your business out there.
I'm doing good.
But just wanted them to know. So I wanted to ask you, how you feeling?
I'm feeling good, yeah. I just minor tweak in my knee, but I'll be back in a few weeks.
All right. We certainly look here and supporting you, look for you to get well, because we know what you're going to do on the court. With that being said, give me a little insight in terms of program. How is it to play for coach?
Be honest. Hey, one thing I tell you gotta be honest. It's hard. He'll let you know.
That's why I want to know.
They gonna let you know.
Yeah, coach, it's hard to play for him, really, but being around him for so long, for the past 2 years, all I know is it's all out of love. Like, he gonna push us. He want us to push him as well. But it's also great just being around him and being able to play for him.
Talk about playing at UAPB. When the fan gets going, that's a different arena place in there. People have some problems coming in there because it's a unique environment and the way that you all work with your fans in concert and play at such a passionate level. Talk a little bit to those that hadn't had a chance to be in there. They've seen it on television a lot, but What is it about that atmosphere that in some ways people say is kind of turned up in a different level?
Man, UAPB is fun. It's lit. Like, you know, a lot of people, you know, Pine Bluff isn't a big city, so Arkansas Pine Bluff basketball, Arkansas Pine Bluff athletics is pretty much what a lot of people got. Like, you know, we could really are there like their city team. So the games are, you know, it's unique. It's crazy. You know, it's really live.
Good deal. Would you like to share any?
Yeah, picking up on what Zach said, I mean, it's pretty much like whenever you got one sport event, the whole Pine Bluff gonna be there just because of how small the city is. But other than that, I mean, it's a fun place to play. I mean, but not for like opposing fans. But for us, it's a fun environment.
Let's take it a little beyond just UAPB, but the SWAC. Talk a little bit about your experience in the level that it seems that this league has increased to, with great coaches like yourself that are really tacticians, but also, as you see with the young men, the connection you have and developing them and getting them to understand anything that you want to be an expert or really good at, you got to work at it, and what those opportunities will come with it if you do it at an extremely high level.
I mean, yeah, that's what I preach with you guys, man. You got to put in that work. I've had to put in work my whole life to get to where I am. So I preach the same to these guys. And if I tell everybody, man, if I was blessed to go play overseas and make, you know, 10 a month, then these guys can if you put in the work, because I wasn't very talented, but I put in the work and was a dog. So I just try to instill that in my guys, and they know it, man. That's why it's hard. It's hard playing for me. I always tell them either you gonna make it or you gonna quit. You know, that's the only two options you got. You gonna make it, and you make it here, you're gonna be able to handle you're gonna be able to handle anything in life. It ain't gonna be nothing
No
you can't.
question.
It ain't gonna be nothing that you can't do, because it's tough. But like they said, it's all out of love, and I'm just preparing them for what's next in their lives.
Very true when you talk about that. Let's talk a little bit about your non-conference schedule.
Man, we got opened up at Cincinnati.
And you got some big wins last year in that conference schedule, so I'm sure you're shooting for that too. Sorry to interrupt. But.
Yeah, we opened up at Cincinnati. They'll probably be a team that's ranked in the top 25.
True.
They got a lot of guys returning back.
Okay.
And then we play. We got Kansas State on the schedule, Texas Tech, Texas. They'll probably have 5 NBA guys. Kansas State might have a couple NBA guys.
Mm-hmm.
I'm pretty sure Texas Tech is going to be pretty good. We got Missouri. So we got a tough non-conference schedule. South Florida's on the schedule as well. Amir, he's done a great job over there. And so, we want to play against the best of the best. And I like coaching against the best. I think that's the only way you grow and continue to get better.
Good points. Let's take it off the court a little bit. I'm going to come back to you all in terms of just giving you a little opportunity to talk about your mindset when you go into these SWAC arenas. What type of mindset that you carry with you, probably any game, but specific when it gets into conference play?
Man, if anybody knows about the SWAC, it's intense, and you can't get caught up in the crowd. So a lot of times we try and go in there and just focus on ourselves, coming as a family, focus on our brothers and what we got to do. We can't let nobody else change that or, interfere with that. So that's pretty much, just go in there and try and be the tougher team and just focus on what we got to do.
Certainly. You like to add anything with that, or
yeah, he pretty much answered everything.
Okay. Let me go back to you, Coach, and take it off a little bit and get your perspective. Kind of ask this to all the coaches. And so just wanted to share with the fans. One of those things is the league adding the media day. Last year was in Houston, this year in Atlanta. What were your thoughts in terms of that addition, and how has it been maybe a positive, if you believe that, in terms of where the league is seeking to go?
Man, I love that the league has added media day, man. It's a blessing for all us to be able to come here and do these interviews. It's a blessing to be able to look your competitors in their eyes and just get that feel. It gets that feel that it's almost time to get started. You know what I mean? So I love what the conference is doing with SWAC Media Day. I think it's growing and getting better each and every year. I thought this year was even better than last year. I think they're taking it up to another level. I like the setup, so I like where the SWAC is headed. But It's nothing better than being able to come and look at your competitors in the eyes, man, and talk to them and look at them and see them and just know that the season's right around the corner.
Tournament moves from Birmingham to Atlanta,
Right.
expands to 10 teams. Eventually, all 12 were going. What were your thoughts as those talks were going on, and now that the decision has been made?
I mean, I like it. I think Atlanta is a big city, man. I think it's gonna only grow. I think the crowds will be a lot better with the, with the people in Atlanta. I think we'll get more support out here. And then as far as it going to 10, man, I like it. So I think it's good for both.
Last one I have for you, as I know, getting you to your next destination. But with that being said, I'm calling to showcase women on Thursday. Now men have their own showcase, if you would, on Monday. Still have your double headers on Saturday, the matinee, if you would. What are your thoughts in terms of the new format?
I mean, I like the new format. When we first talked about it, I eventually, I thought it was a good idea, and so I like it. I think it gives the women, their day, to where they can have a lot of fans come in, and then I think we have our day that we can have fans come in. So I like it. We're gonna be there supporting the women, and then I'm pretty sure the women will be supporting us. So I like the format and like where it's going and where it's headed.
No doubt. Let me end it on that with you all. You're looking so sharp. I'd be remiss if I didn't give you a chance to show a little love. Shout out to whoever you want to. Tell the people your thoughts on today.
Man, today was a blessing. I just want to say what's up to my parents and my boys back home. I love y'all. I do this for y'all.
Yeah, today was definitely a blessing. Well, I never would have thought I would have been here today. And I also want to shout out to my mom, my little brother, and my dad. I love y'all. Thank y'all for the support.
Thank you, Coach. Just want to say appreciate what you do for the league, what you're doing at Pine Bluff, and the way that you're shepherding these young men, in a lot of ways, women too, as they're around the program in terms of being at a university setting. So you're developing the betterment of people, and it goes a long way. And we appreciate the work you put in. And we appreciate what you bring on the court too. You getting it done there in terms of bringing a lot of excitement. So we appreciate it. Look forward to this year to see what the Golden Lions got in store for the SWAC in 24-25.
Yes, sir. Thank you, man. Blessings, man.
No doubt. With that being said, we're going to take a commercial break. We'll come back on the other side. We got one more FAMU, and then we'll call it a day here in Atlanta. We'll be right back after this break.
It's never too early to plant the seed, to share the tradition, and instill a sense of pride in your HBCU with your little ones. HBCU Pride and Joy Children's Boutique helps you share your school spirit with a wide selection of adorable kids apparel and accessories officially licensed from your favorite HBCU. Visit hbcupridejoy.com and follow us on all social media at HBCU Pride Joy on Facebook and Twitter.
Supermarket sushi, really?
No. Wait, Troy, you work here?
I'm never not working. Like Head & Shoulders Scalp Shield technology, up to 100% dandruff protection, even between washes.
Never not working, huh?
Oh, Troy, you're such a good teacher.
Yeah, I know. Never not working. Never not working. Never ever not working.
Are you serious?
Never not working. Dandruff protection that's never not working. Head & Shoulders Scalp Shield technology.
Hey, grab me one too.
Seville here as we finish things up in Atlanta, hot Atlanta, for the 2024-2025 SWAC Men's Basketball Media Day. I'm here with the head coach, Patrick Crarey, the second head basketball coach. Man, I'm changing sports on you. Head basketball coach at Florida A&M University. Coach, how has been your first media day? You got a fan over there at FAMU alumni. You know they're going to support everywhere.
Appreciate that.
How has your first media day been?
It's been great. It's been great. It's really good to meet the coaches. You know, I knew Donte. I've known Donte for the last 15 years.
Wow.
Coach Jones has been mentoring me just through the process of everything that I've been kind of dealing with. And so, but to meet everybody else is really good. To meet them, you know, feel the brotherhood and also get them competitive juices flowing a little bit too.
I like that. I got a chance to kind of mix and mingle as y'all come in the night before and they kind of take care of it a little bit. And I saw that the great talk, the camaraderie, and they brought you right in. It seems like obviously a lot of that is you seen as you were getting the head coach. A lot of coaches around the nation talked about this opportunity for you and what you have put in to be in place to get it and how they believe you're going to be successful. How did it feel to get that kind of push and people talking about what they believe you can accomplish?
Definitely humbling. You know, all the relationship you built. And, you know, so many different guys told me, like, you know, you will get to this level. It's just a matter of time.
Wow.
Based upon the work that you put in. And you know, people can tell you anything until it happens. It doesn't happen.
It doesn't seem real.
You know, so it happening. It was definitely a very special moment for it to happen when it did happen. And then to have the support from, you know, so many different people on this level, on various levels, you know, NBA, you know, Division I, Division II, Division III, and you know, coming from a small college basketball, I'm a small college basketball guy, so I feel like I, you know, really represent a lot of guys. You know, there's so many good coaches on that level, and you know, and those guys have told me like, hey, you better get it done because we need you to get it done so we can get up there
the next one.
Yeah. So a little bit of pressure, but yeah, you know, it's really been good.
Good deal. Talk about who you brought with you and why.
Well, first start with Jordan Chapman. He was a returner this year from Alabama. Jordan's a great kid. You know, we evaluated the roster early to kind of see who was, you know, who wanted to come back, you know, first, and then,
transfer portals real.
You know, who would have worked with our style of play.
Okay.
You know, Jordan's toughness, his ability to defend and make shots. You know, he shot, you know, 34% from three last year. Had big time rebounding games, 8 rebounds against Grambling. He's just a tough kid. So what he had is just the basis of our program, which is skill and toughness. So, you know, he's a fabulous young man. You know, he's just respectful. He's on time. Since we've been here with these two, I've known Milton for a long time.
Okay.
But I say, Jordan, you're the responsible one. So you take my keys. You know, okay, Jordan. I know Jordan 3 months and Milton 3 years. Okay. But and then we got Milton here. Milton, I mean, I've said it before. You know, he's my kid. You know, I mean, I've known him since he was, you know, 16, 17 years old, you know, with the North Carolina A&T. He was going to come to me first at Washington at Venice. Ended up getting the NCAA waiver, went to North Carolina A&T. And then, you know, transfer portal, he came to St. Thomas with me for 2 years. First team all-conference player, led the NAI in threes. Really good player, you know, 2 back-to-back 20-plus win seasons. And I say this humbly, but I wouldn't have got the job without Milton. So, you know, just his ability to play and how good he's been for me and working through me, because it can be difficult at times. So
that's fair.
You know, these are the two guys. It's hard to choose two, you know, but these were two guys that really rose to the top for me to really give them a chance. They're also seniors. You know, this is once in a lifetime experience for them. So I'm really happy to enjoy it with them.
And we'll get a chance to talk a little bit about some of those other players. But young man, talk a little bit about Atlanta. How has the experience been here at Media Day? I like the smiles. Let's go.
Atlanta's been great, man. My first ever Media Day was definitely a great experience. Spent it with two guys that I really love. Chat, you know, I'm growing my relationship with him. He's a great guy, a great friend. Coach Pat, you know, it's my guy. You know, as unprofessional as it might sound, you know, he pushes me to be great spiritually, mentally, emotionally.
Wow.
So yeah, man, it's been fun. Atlanta's been fun, and it was a great experience.
No, let me add this, and I'm gonna let you jump in there. You said it right. It's not odd. That's what we need to show. So I appreciate you sharing it and allowing folks to understand that that's okay.
Definitely.
That you can share love at a high level between men because they care about each other. So I appreciate you on that, particularly doing that as a college man. Share with me your thoughts.
Oh yeah, man, I've been enjoying it. Like Milton said, to be here with people that I care about, know they care about me.
Wow.
So they got my back, man. So yeah, I'm just it made me more excited to look forward to this season coming up.
Y'all got a chance to do something special. I don't know if y'all pay attention to these rankings, and I know some don't. Obviously, FAMU has not been where a lot of folks thought it should be in terms of men's basketball.
what drives you to show that you have the ability, particularly now with Coach on board, to do something special?
For me, it's the doubt.
Okay.
You know, for me, it's the doubt.
That's all right.
Since I've been playing with Coach Pat, you know, like since the first year I was at St. Thomas, I would see it. I would see the haters. I would see people like, you know, say he can't do it or like it's too much for him, but he always prevailed. And it was the same way for me, even in high school. Like high school, I wasn't a big top 100 guy. I didn't play for like a super athletic, super power AAU team. I got it out. I just got it how I got it. You know, every AAU tournament I went to was out of my pocket. So, you know, we kind of relate with that, you know, coming from the ground up, from the same place. So, you know, it's us against the world.
Get it out the
You feel me?
mud. Go
It's us
ahead.
against the world.
No, I'm just he's definitely motivating because, you know, I feel like we got a bunch of guys on our team with a chip on our shoulder, and when our coaches like that too, we trying to take on the personality of our coach. So like we just ready, man. Honestly, I can't wait to get started.
Yeah, I had to ask that because it's something about what I read. It's been a fall, and I'll admit that. But there's something that says that this is a little different. When you look at the different levels that you've been able to coach with, you've had success, you've been on multiple levels in different ways. What is the ingredient where it doesn't quite matter in regards to different levels, that if you have that and you understand that and you're allowed to do the things that's necessary to build it, that you'll ultimately have success on whatever level that is?
I mean, the most important thing we have in this world is relationships. You know, whether it's your relationship with God, you know, relationship with your family, and then my relationship with my guys is different. I mean, you guys have done all these interviews, but you're not gonna have an interview like you have with me and my guys.
No,
Okay,
we already seen that.
And it's just, you know, I built my career on relationships and then championships. So
Yes, sir.
we are very, you know, with any relationship, there's gonna be some bad times. There's gonna be some rough times. You know, I'm gonna tell them stuff that they don't want to hear every single day. They might tell me stuff I don't want to hear every single day. But that relationship piece to me really builds. You look at any successful business, they're built on relationships and an aligned vision from the top to the bottom. So, you know, for us and our program and what we're looking to do, our guys have really just followed our lead, done what we asked them to do, to put us in position to really be good. And I'm gonna go back to that ranking. We're very aware, and I'll just say we had practice.
Appreciate the honesty.
We had look, I'm gonna tell you what it is. We had practice on Wednesday, and I thought we weren't great.
That's
Some
right.
of the things we were doing, and we had some guys on one side, some guys on the other side. Everybody go to the middle. You know they picked us 11th in the league. Everybody just looked around, go back. And so like we're very aware of everything that they have and kind of our history, where we've been as a program, and how fast we need to kind of get this thing going, you know, as quickly as possible.
Yeah, that's good. I appreciate you sharing that perspective. You don't have to do that. In terms of some of those other key folks that you talked about, those folks on 11 that came to the center, talk about some other folks that we should be prepared to hear from this season.
I mean, it's a bunch of guys. I'll tell you, Jadarius Evans looks a lot better this year. I mean, he's in a lot better shape than he was, and he played behind Shannon. His first preseason, first team all conference, a really good player.
Mhm.
So I expect Jadarius to have a good year. Caleb Washington is a big time talent. Both of his parents went to FAMU. 6'9" wing, started off as a top 100 player in the country out of high school. Went to Dayton for 2 years. Was at Butler Community College last year. Tyler Shirley, 6'8" wing, physical, long. And in these guards we got, I'm gonna tell you, I mean, I really like Trey Lewis. He's probably about 5'11", and he lit practice up the other day. He had 4 threes in the first quarter, and we were playing 5-minute quarters. And he shoots the ball, passes the ball extremely well.
Okay.
So, you know, we got a lot of guys, you know, and then we got the last guy, we got him late, Jacoby Hendricks. He averaged 24 points a game last year on NAI level, top 5 scorer in the nation. And he just knows how to play smooth game, big. He's only like 6 feet, but he has big hands.
Okay.
So it makes him, and he's long, so he kind of plays more like that 6'2" range.
Mhm.
Really smart player, knows how to pick his spots, you know, knows how to pass the ball, over 100 assists a game last year. So, you know, for our team is really built on the numbers. You know, we're analytically driven program. The most important number for us, of course, is winning. But, you know, from an offensive perspective, you know, points per possession, you know, offensive rebounding percentage, assist percentage, tempo rate. Like these are the things that we're kind of looking for as we evaluate the program, which
Hear them data points and metric. I
what,
like this.
what might be a little different just in terms of my research on the league and what other people might be doing.
Share a little bit about that. The need from afar to come in and start looking and saying, all right, this is what the league seems to be about. Obviously, until you play in it, you get one
you don't
perspective.
know.
You
Yeah,
don't
you
know.
don't know, yeah.
But what is that looking like in terms of gathering, building your team, and understanding schematically what do you want to get done offensively?
It's a very physical league. It's a very physical league. It's a lot of good players, a lot of good coaches. I do think we will possess a little different style to the league.
Okay.
I think is going to give some people problems. Now, I was going to play this style whether I was in Conference USA or the ACC. This is just the style that we choose to play, and it's really the style that is dominating European basketball, dominating the NBA right now. I spent time NBA Summer League last summer, and so it was 4 weeks with the Spurs, and their attention to detail from a data perspective, and what the data really does is it takes your feelings out of it. And one of our our big slogans for our program is "Stay out your feelings." Like don't be mad. You're 0 for 4. Make a shot. You guys hear. They make a shot. They hear that. They hear that every day. What you mad for? Just make a shot. Like you'll be good. So just that, and I have professional aspirations in my career at some point in time, as my players have professional aspirations for themselves. And we want to make sure they're in that position where they understand what they're looking for and how they'll be graded, far beyond their time at FAMU.
Guys, give me a little anticipation of what your expectation for SWAC play in terms of what you've seen, of what you've heard. What does that look like?
I try my best to keep everything simple.
Okay.
In terms of the SWAC play, our number one goal is to win games, execute, play with each other, and have fun. It's my last year, so I need to have the most fun as possible, and that's competing at the highest level, being aggressive, executing. So I feel like we just have to come in and be on one accord and win games.
Certainly.
And as Coach Pat said, he said it's a physical league, but at the end of the day, it's still basketball. So we just approaching every day like we're trying to get better, putting in the work, and then let the chips fall where they may.
I like that. Coach, come back to you. Give us a little more in terms of the next step. As you came into the program, in a lot of ways, it was a rebuild. And so where does that take you in terms of where you want to get to?
As in the program?
As in the program.
Yeah, I mean, the first thing with the whole program is evaluating, what they did really well when they led the league in assists last year. So there was some, they did some good players, really good players on that team. They actually went to some higher level leagues as well. So there's a lot of good talent on that team. And so from an assessment standpoint, it was that, and then it was getting our guys in for summer school, building that foundation, starting our culture with how we do things. And I think, culture is a word that's thrown around by every single coach. And I really think culture is standing to your values and your morals and being yourself. Like that's my definition of culture. Like nobody will have a culture like us, and we don't want to have a culture like yours.
That's fair.
We want to do the things how we do it that we think will put us in a position to be really good. So once we build in that culture, now we're in a situation now where we're really trying to keep with our execution on point, make sure we're understanding the terminology, because we're giving them things. They might call it DHO a DHO. We might call it a grenade. They might, it's just, getting the terminology right so everybody kind of understands what we're doing. And then having them kind of feel me, so they know the expectation level that I have on a daily basis and what we're trying to accomplish as a program. And then for us to understand them, maybe I'm not as good this Wednesday as I was last Wednesday because maybe I had a test that I had to take, or maybe something happened with my mom at home. So we're understanding our players, really understanding us, and just trying to build each day to put us, in a really good spot moving forward.
Certainly. Let me ask you about your schedule. What are your thoughts in terms of your non-conference schedule? I know in many ways you probably inherited some of it.
Yeah, I inherited a lot of it. We also understand like there's some things from a business perspective that we have to do for the university, and so we're making sure that we fulfill that obligation for them to make sure our department as a whole, that's what our main goals, not just for us, but just our department as a whole is in the best spot so we can move together as a program, as a school, as a family. So, taking care of that first, and then we have some home games we're looking forward to. A Presbyterian at home, Trinity College, Trinity Baptist at home. We got some really good, opponents that we get to play at home that we're excited about, and we're going to some great places. TCU, you're playing against Jamie Dixon. We're going to College Park. Me and Milton are both from PG County, Maryland. So, going back home, that'll be crazy to have our fans behind us.
Right.
Our home crowd. And, we went to George Mason last year. That was a great experience. And, playing Florida and then going to Utah. People. These guys might not ever play in terms of an arena this big ever again in front of this many people. So it's a learning experience for us as a program, really preparing us for the SWAC play. First game versus Bethune, which I don't like that it's during Christmas break, but it is what it is.
And is it home?
Come on, man.
Oh,
yeah. But, Tallahassee will come out. We'll come out. With Tallahassee, and they'll come out and support. So we're excited about the schedule for sure.
Certainly. Let's take it off the court a little bit and go through your process thinking. Obviously, as I alluded to, first-year coach. The SWAC previously, until last year, didn't have a media day like this. And they brought it starting last year. It was in Houston. This year is in Atlanta. From your experience, as you alluded to getting a chance to talk with the coaches and welcome you in, but how has media day been for you?
Really good. I try to pride myself in being the best professional I can, to do my homework on who will be, helping us through this process and making sure we're putting our program on the map and putting our university in a good light. And so, going through this part in terms of just a professional career personally, this has been a great experience for me. And then to learn and meet different media members who already know who you are, who've already talked to you, who have wanting the chance to have a conversation with you. We haven't had a lot of media conversations in the last few months. So it was good to kind of get that out of the way.
So
just
get back
to doing what we need to do. Honestly, I wasn't, I didn't know what to expect, and so but it's been a really good experience for me.
Good. The SWAC is moving the tournament from Birmingham, so you don't have that experience necessarily, but now to Atlanta. In terms of this market and what are you hearing? You alluded to some of that earlier, coming here for the media day, but the tournament's back here, and it's expanding the conference from the top 8 teams to now 10. Any thought process as you were coming in and hearing about
down at Tallahassee, they call it Tallahassee North. That's what they call Atlanta down south. We call it Tallahassee.
That is what they call it.
So I love it being in Atlanta. So once we get here and once we get here, so make that perfectly clear, we will be back here. So once we get here,
I like it. I see that's intentional.
Once we get here, I look forward to being a lot of Rattlers who live in this area that will come back from Tallahassee to come see us play. So we're excited about having it in this, this area. We love Atlanta. Forever I love Atlanta. It's a great place, a great city.
It's not bad.
Big time culture, great for Black culture as well. So we like being here, and we're looking forward to coming back here in a few months.
Okay, look forward to seeing you here. I'll be here. The other change was what I'm calling showcase. Now the women have their own showcase on Thursday. The men get to do it on Monday versus the doubleheader, but you still have your doubleheaders on Saturday matinee. Any thoughts in terms of as you were hearing that update as well?
I personally like it. Okay. I like having your own game.
Yeah. I'll share with you this. We spoke with the women yesterday. They were embraced it. Most of them were on board. And when I say most, just like all but maybe one, and she was still talking about the fact that she could see some benefits in it. There were a couple of things that she wanted to get done. Certainly all the men coaches this far.
They loved it. So. I mean, you get your real pregame. You want your real pregame.
Yeah, and that's alluded that I don't think a lot of fans understood. So if you can share a little more about the difference of shortening the workout time instead of getting maybe the full 90 minutes, I think.
Yeah. I don't know exactly how much time the SWAC got last year because I haven't gotten that information.
Yeah, it was an hour. You would do a 5:30 game and a 7:30 game.
Yeah, and then you're on at 60, and then it can be tough. You got people coming in the game and they're leaving. Are they going to come back to see you play? And then pregame usually is more of an intimate time with you and your guys because not a lot of people in there. And we're creatures of habit, like any person that does business. And so when you have to, you play against a high major, you got 90 minutes. Now I play in conference, I got 60 minutes. It can just be a little weird. And then what happens if it goes to overtime?
Right.
You know, the game gets pushed back or something starts
That
late.
happens.
Something happened in women's game, injury.
And we had a couple of double overtime.
Yeah, so you know, I like it being
that you know you can prepare because you
Yeah.
hear a lot of coaches and a lot of
Yeah.
players talking about routine is important.
It's very
And when you
important,
throw that off, us as fans or even media people, we're expecting things just to work out the way
Yeah.
it is. And we don't understand how intentional that is.
It's very intense. Now I am excited to see my girl BG, Coach Gordon. That's my girl right
Okay.
there. So
Okay.
I do like to get to see BG and see her play. I will be excited about that, but also be excited for us to have our own time.
That's
You know,
fair.
our own time and have their own time. So looking forward to this little change that they have.
Certainly. And get you out on this. Young men, talk about your perspective of filling the showcase. You have any thoughts? We hadn't had a chance to really ask players, and I'm remiss I didn't do that. So saving the best for last, y'all get a chance to kind of tell us your thoughts in terms of having the opportunity to be that long game on a Monday night throughout the SWAC season.
I like the idea, honestly. The preparation is everything.
Okay.
It's everything. If it's one thing Coach Pat told me, he taught me, you know, like, if you're not prepared, then don't expect anything good to come out of it.
Makes sense.
So yeah, I feel like it's a great idea. It gives us some time to really lock in with each other, you know, lock in with the program. And like Coach said, it's very intimate. Like, preparation is everything. So it's a great idea. I'm on board with it.
Appreciate you sharing the preparation. Can you give us some insight in terms of a player why preparation, as folks on the outside might not really understand the importance of giving you your space and time to be ready to go showcase your skills with your teams to get a W?
Yeah, I like the idea because, like he said, like he mentioned the overtimes, it been plenty of games where you might be amped up for a game, ready, then the girls go in overtime. It kind of like, you don't want to say it, but the energy goes down. Then if they go into another overtime, the energy going down. You might not be as loose as you were. People head going. So it's like, I like the whole day and more time.
Good deal. We will give you a chance to give some shout outs, show some love, show a little bit about. Yeah, go ahead.
Shout out to my mom, man. Shout out to my mom, my dad, my family. Shout out to all of you. I love you so much, man.
Shout out to Mom, Dad, Jalen, Jeremy, everybody, my uncle.
It's your time. There you go. Good deal. With that, Coach, obviously, welcome to the SWAC.
Thank you.
Rattler Nation. So I'm going to give you a chance to speak to your Rattler constituents out there. What do you want to tell them?
Just want to tell them thank you for the opportunity. You know, we're just really grateful for the opportunity to be able to represent the school and represent our team, our program, our department, the city of Tallahassee. You know, just the state of the program. You know, it's been since 2007 since we've been to the NCAA tournament.
Right. Yep.
It's been since 2012 since we won a conference tournament game. So the state of our program where it is, we understand where we are, but you got to know where you are to get to where you want to go.
Yep.
Okay. So, and we're trying to get there as fast as we can. You know, we understand the situation that we're kind of in this year.
Yeah.
And we're not shying away from it. We're embracing it. You know, we've all started from everybody who's come up here has probably said, you know, I'm the underdog. Of course. Everybody's an underdog. When you get on the floor, nothing matters. Do you work hard? Do you know what you're doing? Do you understand your opponent? And so, you know, Rattler Nation, we're going to work hard for you. You know, we're prepared this year to put ourselves in a position to be really good. Just embrace us, support us, and be ready for the show.
Showtime. I like it. There's nothing wrong with that. Coach, I appreciate you.
Thank you.
In terms of sharing us some insight that we don't quite get with everybody. And I've been doing this for a minute. And I don't just say this to say this, but I felt a little something different when I saw the announcement. And I like to really go down deep because I think myself, I think I'm a little consultant that I should be helping folks. So when I saw it come by, I said, I like this move. And after this interview, I'm more comfortable and confident of what I put on the table. So good luck this season. Young men, we appreciate what you all do in terms of getting it done in your development. So we celebrate you, appreciate you, and keep up the great work. We look forward to the season for you showcasing your skills there.
Will do.
Thank you.
Thank you, Coach.
Thank you.
That'll do it for our last interview of the day. We'll take a quick break. We'll come back and close out officially. Stick with us. We'll be right back after this break.
It's never too early to plant the seed, to share the tradition, and instill a sense of pride in your HBCU with your little ones. HBCU Pride and Joy Children's Boutique helps you share your school spirit with a wide selection of adorable kids apparel and accessories officially licensed from your favorite HBCU. Visit hbcupridejoy.com and follow us on all social media at HBCU Pride Joy on Facebook and Twitter.
Supermarket sushi, really?
No. Wait, Troy, you work here?
I'm never not working. Like Head & Shoulders Scalp Shield technology, up to 100% dandruff protection, even between washes.
Never not working, huh?
Oh, Troy, you're such a good teacher.
Yeah, I know. Never not working. Never not working. Never ever not working.
Are you serious?
Never not working. Dandruff protection that's never not working. Head & Shoulders Scalp Shield technology.
Hey, grab me one too.
Charmin Ultra Soft has so much cushiony softness, it's hard for your family to remember. They can use less.
Sweet pillows of softness.
This is soft. Holy Charmin. Oh, excuse me. Roll it back, everybody. Sorry.
Charmin Ultra Soft is so cushiony soft, you'll want more, but it's so absorbent, you can use less, so it's always worth it.
Now, what did we learn about using less?
You gotta roll it back, everybody. We all go, why not enjoy the go with Charmin?
This is the Dean of the College of HBCU Sports, Kenyatta Cavill of Dr. Cavill's Inside the HBCU Sports Lab with Mike Washington and Charles Bishop. Come mix it up in the lab where the course lecture is in session every Tuesday from 6 o'clock p.m. Central Standard Time on Facebook Live, YouTube Spreaker, or the BCSN app, as we discuss all things about the HBCU sports culture, including exploring the week that was in the sporting HBCU diaspora, as well as the upcoming week of HBCU sports. With me, the Dean, the College of HBCU Sports, on Dr. Cavill's Inside the HBCU Sports Lab with Mike Washington and Charles Bishop. This is Dr. Cavill with the BCSN. We're here with Game Time, as you know, checking out to make sure that I look good in the background. We're pretty much the last one standing, and we wanted to make sure you got all the interviews. That's 2 days, women yesterday, men's today. Let me give you an update. We didn't able to, throughout the show, you heard us talking about some of the accolades. Let me get you first the predicted order of finish on the men's side. At number 12, that's Mississippi Valley State at 32. And number 11 is Florida A&M Rallies at 63. And number 10, Arkansas Pine Bluff at 70. At number 9, Alabama A&M at 106. Yeah, number 8, Bethune-Cookman at 109, but they have 2 first-place votes. Yeah, Prairie View at the 7th spot, 121 points and 1 first-place vote. At number 6, Alabama State, 122 points, also with 1 first-place vote, along with 5, Alcorn State, 144 points, and they also added a first-place vote. Along with number 4, Jackson State, 153 points, and they come in with 1 first-place vote. And number 3, Southern, with 160 points, 1 first-place vote. And number 2 is Texas Southern, 200 points with 3 first-place votes. Closing things out, the champions of last year are expected to repeat in terms of the regular season. We'll see what that looks like and if they're able to do it. That is 212 points with 10 first-place votes. Great information here. Intriguing, the number of teams that earned at least 1 first-place votes. Roy, what are your thoughts in terms of the predicted order of finish?
Doc, I think it's very interesting because if I'm not mistaken, you're not allowed to vote for yourself as a school, correct?
That's correct.
So that means that somebody has seen something in the top 8 schools that makes them think that they can win and that they can do this. So that's going to be very interesting to see. But besides that, Doc, listen, I'm gonna let it shine a little bit here because that Rattler Pride, man. I've listened to Coach Crarey on the ONG Strike Zone when the guys have had an opportunity to talk to him, but to meet him in person and to see that look in his eyes. You know, this is it's something when people got something to prove. I've been there before. I know what that looks like. I know what it feels like. And as I'm gonna tell you, man, as a Rattler who's basketball, like I'm from what I like to call the glory days of FAMU basketball. My freshman year at Florida A&M, we had 2 players on the cover of Sports Illustrated on our basketball team. And just the fact that, we had Gaither rocking, it was always jumping in to see the program down where it is. I really like what I see with Coach Crarey. Think he's going to be great. He mentioned Coach Gordon yesterday. She came in with the groceries that was on the shelf, and she cooked a good meal. So this year, this is her first recruiting class. Looking forward to seeing that. And listen, this is going to be an exciting SWAC season.
Yeah.
And I'm looking forward to the Game Time show, being around on some of these Saturdays at these different schools, because we go all the way through basketball season. We kick off in a couple of weeks. We'll officially get the show started at the Alabama State homecoming against Florida A&M, and then every week we're after that, and we will be going straight through basketball. So I can imagine, especially now that the Saturday games are going to be the only doubleheader days that they're using. But SWAC basketball is on the rise, and I think we're going to see a lot more than what we're used to seeing.
I think you're right on the money, and the indication is just the number of teams, as you alluded to, that had the first place votes.
Yeah.
And what other coaches or SIDs think of other programs, and more than anything, the respect they have for some of these coaches. And I think the SWAC is deeper than ever. It's because the pool of talented coaches are deeper than ever, which, to your point, provides for some good basketball. Yeah. We've seen that a couple of years ago with the Pac-12 partnership, where SWAC got some wins at home and even a couple on the road. I think they give you some indication of where the SWAC continues to grow, particularly with the number of non-conference wins that are starting to stack up, not just against mid-majors or even low majors, if you use that term, and certainly the high majors when we talk about it. The other thing that stood out to me in terms of this roster is, I've alluded to this for basketball, is who can get those wins on the road. I talked about on the women's side, the scheduling component, that's always going to be true, men's or women's, because you don't have everybody playing the 2-round robin.
Right.
So you have a pair of 3 games that at home that you don't return, but you also have a pair of 3 games that you play on the road that do not get returned. So those matchups are going to be interesting to see how they kind of fall out in terms of what that looks like. And just in general, are you able to go on the road in this league and split? If you can sweep, you really is sitting in hot cotton, as they said. But if you can find a way to split on the road and you tend to get it done at home, you put yourself to be in, as I like to break this down, in those quadrants. You put yourself in that top quadrant, if not certainly in that second quadrant, which means you're playing some pretty good basketball and you got a chance to win a championship. In the tournament, anything goes. We'll have to see how this changes in terms of 10 and eventually 12-team format. Kind of changes things up. Who gets the buys? How's that maybe going to affect some things? But in terms of the regular season, I'm fascinated in looking at who can go on the road and get some of these tough victories. The discussion changed a little bit. We used to have the manic Mondays. Now we have these thirsty Thursdays. And then, who knows what's going to take place Saturday. I thought the coaches brought in some good insight, talking about from the men's perspective of the preparation. I'm not sure how many people have really thought about that. I know we haven't brought it up on the show. That was fascinating to hear how moving to this format also provided better preparation. The other thing, and I want to get your thoughts on this, both of those, is the fact that more thoughts in terms of what Monday games did with parents and having to stay so late, and now they can get their kids back and they have a chance to maybe pick or go to both Thursday and Monday games, but be in there in a more concise time and get out of there so they can have their kids back prepared for the next day, meaning a Friday or a Tuesday for school if you had it. What are your thoughts on those?
Well, Doc, definitely I'm going to kind of go backwards on that, because that was always one of the challenges that even we had, doing games in different cities when we had those doubleheaders. And, these games are starting at 6 o'clock Eastern time. And there were some Monday nights I didn't get home until 3 a.m. you know, after having to drive and do some different things because games went late, if there are injuries or any type of delays. So I get it on that part.
Particularly for the road team, which is another
Right.
factor that SWAC used.
Yeah,
in
'cause
terms of
that
when
cost.
that team can get on the road.
Yeah.
We used to see many times when the men's and women stayed, the women would try to stay a little bit, maybe the first half or first half of the first half, to see the men to give them a little support.
Yep.
But they wanted to get on their road because
come
they
back.
knew they had a long trip ahead of them.
Yeah.
With the far extended teams, they're flying, so that's a different thing. But everybody else, even if you're talking about 4 or 5, 6 hour road trip on the bus, to be able to start that is a good thing instead of having these young men and women on the road so late.
Yeah, and so I think that's going to be one of the best things. I mean, you know, it'll definitely one of the things it will definitely do now is it'll allow for there should be more local media coverage because they now no longer have to wait till after 9 or 10 to get something. They should be able to get everything they need between 6 and 8 so that they make those 11 o'clock news shifts and things of that nature. So we're calling out the news people to do that. But again, like you said, also families now who don't have to stay and, you know, have to worry about it. I've got a nephew that I help get up and he has to be at the bus stop at 6:57.
Yeah.
If I've got him at a game at 11 o'clock at night, he's going to be a handful that next morning.
Right. In fact,
So we
my
got that.
son, who,
Yeah.
who you all know and you see all the time, he's a big fan of SWAC, all sports. But I wouldn't take him to Monday game.
Yeah.
It was
Yeah.
just too late, and I needed to be there the whole game just in terms of my framework on it. And so he didn't go. He missed out on Monday games. He may see some of them on television. He watched that. Their
Right.
mom said it was bedtime, and he'd have to do that. But now this gives me a chance to make sure that he can get to some of these
That's
games because
right.
I can get him back at a decent time and make sure he's prepared for the next day. So I'm glad you added that because those are some context.
Yeah, well,
when
for
we talked
families.
about families
Exactly.
coming was one thing, but not too many people talked about what time they would have to leave.
Yeah. And so I think that's the other thing, especially with the women's game now on Thursday, our fans have to step up.
Yeah.
Our fans have to, you know, you shouldn't have any issues. You get there for a 6 o'clock game. You're usually going to be home or at least going home by 8:30 on a regular night, and that's stretching it. So our fans really have to step up in that situation and be more engaged, coming out to these games and participating and showing love for the both of them. We know that, of course, on the highest level, that the women's game is starting to become more popular, and that's starting to trickle down because of the transfer portal and things of that nature. And as
I'm interested in that because I like the way commitment, but sometimes blind commitment is just a challenge. But I think in some ways this puts a better position to allow folks to commit. As you were saying previously, you were asking folks, we thought it was good because you always did it.
Yeah.
And didn't put the constraints on it. But we thought it was good that we were giving fans the opportunity to see both games. But I'm not sure how much we really weighed how challenging that was
That part of
to
it for
ask somebody
families.
to stay
Yeah.
around that long time.
Yeah.
And now they have a chance that they get to see their team 3 times a week.
Yeah.
But they get to do it in such a way that they can still have the other parts of their life.
Yeah.
So I'm not sure how much a bad part of the commitment is there when you really start to deduce all the benefits that this came instead of just assuming what we did was perfect and always right.
I think the last thing that I definitely want to comment on is the SWAC bringing the tournament to Atlanta. I really believe that is going to be a huge move for the conference, and not just in the sense of we already know that Atlanta is one of the largest cities. It's one of the top 2 cities for HBCU alum in the country. So we know that folks are going to show out for that. But even though we don't have a school here in the city, Atlanta's a major market. Now you're getting people who have that attention, who are coming here, and kids are going to see that. And listen, I get what people say. I'm a proponent of having everybody in the conference at the tournament because basketball is a game of runs in the game and even in the season. And you never know who might just get hot at the right time, being able to do certain things. And yeah, I get it's your best team, but that's the other part of it to me that I think really needs to happen. So now we have our regular season champion. Just in case they don't win, the level in the SWAC is getting to the point where we should be considered that if our regular season champion didn't win the tournament, they should get a bid. Because like you talked to several of the coaches who've had these D1 wins, who are going out there doing these things, you know, we've got some opportunities, and I think we're getting some very young, innovative coaches in, besides having some legendary coaches who've been here who are consistently knowing how to win and stuff. So it's going to be a lot of fun, man. I think this is going to be. Look, I'm excited and getting ready for November 4th myself. I got to see. Coach Gordon already invited me to come down. She wants us to be there for a Monday night game that they have.
Awesome.
It's a preseason game, so I think that's why, because the Thursday Monday thing starts for conference play is what we've been talking about. That will start in January, if I'm not mistaken. But yeah, she's got a big thing going on that she was trying to get us down there for. But the SWAC basketball season is going to be a lot of fun, Doc.
I agree with you. And anytime I can see more HBCU basketball, SWAC basketball, the better. It informs me as we do our show to make sure we're fully engaged and informed with that. Before I get to our last part of it is to talk about this preseason basketball. So stick with us. If you hadn't heard it, we'll give you those updates here. But I did want to kind of put a pin on the tournament being in Atlanta. One thing that I really liked is experiencing this. The major market, I think, obviously, that's kind of speaks for itself. But we've been in major markets. We've done that with Houston, if you would, and even Dallas. The unique thing that I see potentially different with Atlanta compared to those centers, when we were in Houston, we played one at a high school as they were preparing for the following year where they moved to the Houston Rockets, the Toyota Center. And it was just so large. The benefits to it were great in terms of a group of our fans that are into the suites and things of that nature. They had a concourse where you could really mix, which is good because you had a lot of folks that have the means and have that expectation because they go to NBA games themselves or NFL games for that matter, or Major League Baseball. So they had the wealth attainment where they need those ancillary things to make them feel comfort. But it was such a big arena that even though you could have a sizable crowd a lot of times because the matchups at that time worked out where you basically had semifinals and final matches between Prairie View, Texas Southern, and Southern, basically a combination on the men's and women's side, which helped a lot. But it still looked kind of
sparse
because of the cadaverous nature of that. And the expenses were so high.
Yep.
When it was in Dallas before that, they didn't play at the professional arena, but they played in the Metroplex, which is considered outside of Dallas. And so it made it kind of challenging for folks. And people may not understand Dallas in terms of a lot of African Americans and blacks live more on the southern part of it, even when you're talking about the southern enclaves out there versus the tournament was in the north. So that kind of threw some stuff off in terms of the travel time and distance for a lot of folks. But what's unique here as we've been here and seeing the layout is everything is going to be conducive right here around the airport. So you literally can fly into Atlanta. You can take the tram over. You can be in one of these hotels here. We happen to be at a hotel where we literally got up this morning, walked over to the convention center, did our show. I get to catch the tram going back to the airport, and I didn't have to worry about anything. Now, we wanted to get out in the city, so we took a lift and got in the city, pretty nominal cost, and got back here, no problem. And then you walk right down between the convention center and the hotel, walk back, and you get into the Gateway Arena. As you said, it seats about 7, so it doesn't take much to get to the capacity. But everything having here, and then they talked about adding the concerts. So I think it's going to be fascinating to see how this comes together, being in a huge media market, but then also the way it's shaped up in terms of the choices of the arena that you have, the location, connecting with the airports and the hotel. I think it's going to be fascinating to see how this works.
I can tell you something that you guys can definitely look forward to where the tournament is. And if you're listening, if you're out there, if you are a promoter, you better get you one of these ballrooms at one of these hotels now to do your event. Because this is the situation that people, I mean, we're right here in College Park. And again, you can take that tram that you were talking about that comes over here to the Georgia International Convention Center, take it back to the airport, and then take the MARTA into the city if you want to go downtown to any of the major places without having to drive. You, like I said, you can do a lift. We're 10 minutes from downtown via lift. And so that there's going to be a lot to do. I think the folks that are going to capitalize, like I said, on some of that stuff that's going to be right here, you can keep everybody right here. You don't have to go too far. And I think, there's enough from a food perspective. Camp Creek is literally straight down the road. So again, if you talk about you wanting to go to a restaurant or something of that nature, it's a lift right down to Camp Creek. The street that's out here in front of us actually turns into Camp Creek from there. And that's Camp Creek is an area that's got a movie theater. It's got all of your restaurants that you could want of any type. So listen, again, this is going to be a huge move for the SWAC. And someone asked the question, no, the SWAC basketball tournament was not here last year. They've had baseball here the last two years.
Correct.
So that's what it
and
is.
I personally do that. I've made that a family trip.
Yeah.
I come with our son, his last day of school. We come out and we make it in like Thursday and we spend the weekend, and it is great. We select a hotel right outside of Georgia Tech, and we literally in the morning get up, get him a little something to eat, breakfast, and we walk to the game. We're basically there all day. And then we even it's dark or whatever, we can walk back, but we take a lift, and it's actually plenty of the folks from media and their kind to take us back to the hotel. He's able to relax, and he's enjoyed it. It's perfect. So that has worked for me personally.
Listen,
it would be interesting. I think it's a 3-year contract, so it'll be interesting to see if they're going to maintain baseball here or switch it around.
And listen, so what this should tell some of these other cities. When you talk about cities like Orlando, and when I use these cities, we're talking about cities that have had successful HBCU events for long term. Your Orlando's, your Memphis, Memphis is places like that, maybe even Nashville, places that that people will travel to. Outside of that, especially during particular times of the year when they want to come in and get some things going. Hey, put your proposal together and shoot it to the SWAC office. I'm sure Dr. McClellan doesn't mind if y'all put the right deal on the table. And when you've got things that you can do outside of it, it makes it, like you said, make it a family trip, and it's great for folks.
Yep. So let's get into the 2024-2025 preseason men's basketball award. Starting off with Offensive Player of the Year was Contavious Dozier from Grambling State. You heard from him right here on the show. He's looking forward to having a great season. Then we brought in Defensive Player of the Year, Kenny Hunter from Texas Southern University. You heard from him as well. Fascinating to see some of the talent in this league, and we got to hear from him firsthand. You had all SWAC first team. You got to see these individuals as well. Contagious Dozier, Grambling State, TJ Madlock, Alabama State, Dejan Dasami with Southern, Shannon Grant, Jackson State, and Chad Moody from Alabama A&M. You heard from all of those guys. All SWAC second team, Grayson Carter, Texas Southern, CJ Hines, Alabama State. You had Kenny Hunter, Texas Southern, Yubong Ocon from Alabama State, and Lorenzo Downey from Alabama A&M. You heard from most of those as well. So just wanted to kind of put a pin on this. As we open up the show, we talked about the fact that the news release said that HBCU NFL football legends endorsed Harris Walt's ticket. Quote, "We are inspired and proud of the leadership that President Harris and Vice President Waltz will provide." Over 50 HBCU football program legends announced their support for Vice President Harris and Governor Waltz this November. The group of gridiron superstars consists of Pro Football Hall of Famers, Super Bowl champions, and MVPs, former number 1 overall picks, and some of the first black athletes and coaches to break the color barrier in the NFL. In their endorsement of MVP and Coach Waltz, the black athletes said, quote, "Given Vice President Harris' integrity, values, and demonstrated commitment to justice and inequality of opportunity, we are confident that as president, she will serve the best interests of all Americans," end quote. I think that is a heck of a quote, a statement, and I wanted to kind of put a pin on it and put it right there. As we've been saying throughout many of our shows, make sure you check your voter registration, and just as importantly, go out and vote. We certainly won't tell you who to vote for.
Just vote.
But we believe it's important that you do your duty, as I like to say, because so many folks fought for the right for us to have that opportunity to go and vote. I'll put a pin on it right there as we close it up. This is Game Time, another live event as we do it for the Black College Sports Network. Please continue to stay with us and focus as we try to get it done. With that being said, Roy, appreciate you for everything you do, setting up, getting up early the days before to make sure that I can try to come in and do what I do along with Charles, AD, and Mike, Brian, the rest of the team. A lot of them wasn't here in physical, but they were certainly here in heart and we're adding to the rosters
Yeah.
with Jamie and all these individuals throughout the week. So keep looking for us. We'll let you know about a Friday show tonight. We've added that wing. Kyle is out on the road, so we'll see if we can find a way to get that done. If not, tune in Saturday for the Carlos Brown show as he'll be getting done. And then Sunday morning, we unveil the new, if you would, top 7 to see what's going on in week number 4. We'll talk about that. And then on Tuesday, we do week number 3 for the mid-major division. And then Sunday night, get ready for Brian and Jamie as they bring you the sport wrap and close out the week or start the week, however you want to look at it.
Yeah, it depends on who you're talking to.
Yeah, they'll find a way to get it done for you and set your flavor. So stick with us as we have more in store for you at the Black College Sports Network. As we like to say on Dr. Ville's Inside the HBCU Sports Lab, course,
lecture,
dismissed.